Yeah.
And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. It's been more than 5 years. I was just doing a little bit of recce right now in terms of indoor hosting the last ODI, and it's going to be a high-scoring round. And you're going to be watching the CDC watch along with us throughout the course of the third one international week. In parts of it, of course. And anyway, we'll break it down further with you. But my name's Avnish Hegde, Denim Tuesdays, as you can see, and I'm being joined by a very chuffed gunner to the right of me, Anirudh Suresh. How are we? Must be absolutely elated, boy.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I opted to wear this particular
I
t-shirt
like it. It's
today.
pretty sweet.
So, yeah, I mean, Avnish was flaunting before the game.
Not
Match
really.
day, ready, let's go. And he was wearing United jersey.
I
and
was
like,
hoping what we saw in the first 24 minutes before Arsenal bounced back. But look, enough of the football chat before we get like some cricketers on this podcast.
and for the first time, both CDC and India are indoor.
Oh, yes. Yes, well done with the puns over there.
Very bad.
By the way, keep your comments coming through. And meanwhile, we'll also take this opportunity to introduce Akash Sivasubramaniam, who's coming in with his water bottle.
Yeah.
But it's good.
Need
It's
to be hydrated.
always good. It's always good. Boys, India are going to be batting first. New Zealand winning the toss and choosing to bowl, obviously. One change for them. No Shipley. I think Jacob Murphy comes in. And India have two changes, both bowling ones. Both the pacers are Siraj and Shami for Umran Malik and Yuzvendra Chahal.
Kulcha playing together.
Kulcha playing together for the first time. What are your thoughts about India's changes and were they expected ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, expected.
Which one was more expected?
Both are
Both.
expected.
I mean, Rohit has been saying this before the start of the series only. I mean, he said it after the Sri Lanka series that they needed to manage the workload of Siraj and Shami because of the Border Gavaskar Trophy and World Cup year and all that stuff. Not
And
to mention
after
IPL also is there.
After the second ODI, also he came out
Yeah.
in the post match. He said that they wanted to keep on bowling. I just asked them stop. We need you
Yeah.
for the Border Gavaskar. So pretty clear that they're gonna rest them at some point.
So no Siraj and no Shami. No surprise. Not surprising because the series is already sealed.
Correct.
But is it surprising
And-
to see Chahal?
Who else was there on the bench? There was no other spare seamer, right?
Okay,
So that means essentially Shardul Thakur and Umran Malik with the new ball or Hardik Pandya also comes in.
Hardik.
Hardik.
I think Hardik and
Yeah.
Shardul.
Okay.
And if
And
New
then-
Zealand can't win against this bowling lineup, then I don't think they can win against any bowling lineup.
Are New Zealand playing like at least their strongest batting sort of thing, barring Williamson?
I mean, that's
Yeah.
been the case since the first match, right? So, and they've been pretty disappointing. 131 for 6 in the first match, 108 all out, I guess. in
So
the
who's
second
Williamson's
match.
replacement in this game actually when you think about it? Is it Nichols?
Yeah,
Is
Yeah.
it like for like that?
it's not like for like.
Not
One
like
can
for
score
like.
runs, one can't.
If
So
you're
it's not
talking
like
about
for
a man who's left-handed and 10 times worse, then he's like for like.
By the way, what memories does indoor invoke for you guys?
just high scoring games.
I know there's one, obviously, maybe you're the
Sehwag.
RCB fan. The AB
AB.
de Villiers
Yeah,
106 of
expected.
Mohammad Shami, which was pretty ridiculous at the time. It reminds me of a good old friend Somesh, even though he's from Bhopal, but MP vibes, if you guys know, you know. Gurkiat Singh Gill, since Anirudh is an Aussie fan, I want to know from him what his thoughts on Steve Smith's BBL run. That's a very
So we
good
are
question.
deflecting straight away.
I mean,
And-
the first ball is not yet bowled, so we can talk about.
And by the way, this is to everyone watching. We are not going to talk about the Border Gavaskar Trophy. We are not going to talk about India's playing 11 for the World Cup. We are not going to talk about Umran Malik,
Yeah.
whether he
No,
fits
Umran
into
Malik
the best
is
11 or not.
playing.
Because we've been talking about it every match.
Yeah, the BGT
And,
chat we can really hold on for a while.
Yeah.
And
But
the best 11 chat. also.
Jamie, I don't think Avnish is sipping water. So
No, I'm sipping black coffee. Black
No,
coffee
no.
for the win.
Yeah,
Black
it's-
coffee for the win.
Irish coffee.
No, I wish. not the Ravi Shastri type. But
Yeah.
look, I want to ask you guys two questions. One for
Yeah, I started with
Anirudh,
the.
which is, of course, about Steve Smith. And I want to ask you about Rashid Khan and his 500 wickets as well, because that's
Oh,
quite.
yeah.
Dude, how old is Rashid?
Younger than Akash.
No, he's as old as me, I think.
Wow,
close
but
to-
that's mad, bro. I think he's going to finish with like triple the wickets that he has. Like,
easily
1,500.
1,500. Yeah.
Cheers, Jamie. Pleasure to be on your show, by the way. Top lad that you are. And we spoke some great cricket about the first one. And all your fans predicted a 3-0 whitewash. So I don't know. Could be true. Okay, go on about Steve Smith and his heroics in the VBL because it was fascinating to watch.
I
That's
mean, yeah,
scary.
it is.
And scary from an Indian fan.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, before the Border Gavaskar Trophy in 2020, then 2020, 2021, he scored 260 ball hundreds, and then he came into the Test matches and he looked the worst he has looked ever probably. So won't be counting my chickens.
Yeah, but the last time we saw Steve
But-
Smith bat in a Test match in India, dude, he was just made of
No,
gold.
but I mean, this is great to just watch Smith let go. I mean, the fact that he has scored 24 sixes in 4 innings and
And
he
the
has
leading
six more
yeah.
sixes than guys who have played what 7 more
He's
matches
played
than
what,
him.
4 games.
Yeah,
right?
he's played 4 games.
Yeah.
He's struck 24 sixes and
But you being a Steve Smith fan, are you
We-
surprised when you're watching some of the shots, or you're just like, no, it's expected?
no, I mean, given that it's been he's just playing the same shots, but he's connecting them properly. The sweep and the whip of the legs, and the pull shots, and even the straight hits. If you see the straight sixes he's hit, they have barely cleared the
But I don't know that
rope. It's not like they're huge
the
sixes.
Sydney
down the
Sixers
ground.
jersey that he wears maybe is a little tighter because you get an impression that he's kind
Muscular.
of muscular now, dude.
But,
I don't know. Maybe it's all of that. But your quick thoughts on Steve Smith as well, because you kind of ponder the BBL once in a while.
It's good that he's getting to free himself up.
No, but the
mentally
only
or
thing is,
whatever.
like Anirudh said, right? You can't take BBL very seriously. That's my only thing. That I mean, he scored those centuries, but
good for him.
yeah,
Yeah.
we should not consider this as like, oh, peak Smith is there because
Oh, 100%.
yeah, he has
But,
that.
but if you are going by his own words,
he's batting.
since the start of the West Indies series, or since the start of the England series, the ODI series, he's been batting almost as well as he has in his career.
Yeah.
So that way, I think that this probably it's no coincidence that he's went on this kind of run in the BBL. We just have to wait and see if this translates into international cricket in India. But if this new adjustment he's made with his grip, if it can help him hit a 6 of 2 of Akshar or Jadeja or Ashwin or whoever and put them under
It'll be
early
mad.
pressure, then it's pretty good. He has
even I think
something
Sure.
more up his
So,
arsenal.
sorry, we're just going to be watching the first ball right now. Jacob Duffy to Rohit, and
they
it's
started again
wide.
with
So
wide.
sync your streams in, and we're going to be, of course, commenting and watching on the game, and of course, like, share, and subscribe. Sorry, Akash, go
No,
on.
the thing is, even if we get like a 70% of that Smith who's playing in the BBL,
Oh.
I think Australia will have
Yeah.
a great chance.
So all you have to do is basically clear the infield and
Yeah,
just find the gaps, right?
yeah.
Correct.
And we did see it in the South Africa Test series,
Yes.
the match in which he scored a century in SCG,
Mm.
and he was like sweeping Maharaj for fun. He was sweeping Harmer. He was hitting Harmer down the ground.
Yeah.
Like looks like he's almost found a new dimension when it comes to taking on spin, especially
True.
because Patrick Dooley is someone who's kept a lot of players in leash. So, and then Smith kind of
Just
effortlessly
yeah.
just smashed him for 2 sixes in the match against Hobart.
Even the over against Joel Paris is
Yeah, and even Meredith, right? Meredith has
Meredith, yeah.
been very good and like.
So, what is his BBL number so far this season, at least? Do you guys know from the top of your head?
yeah, I mean,
190
he's-
strike rate, something like that, right?
Yeah, 180 plus strike rate, and he's averaging more than 100, I guess. Yeah,
Jesus.
I mean, if I'm not wrong. Yeah,
That's ridiculous. The best run that he's enjoyed in BBL, I'm guessing. Maybe.
yeah, easily.
For sure, Sachin will take your question, but just to finish on Steve Smith right now, I saw him
That is
a
Akash's-
little bit of the Test season 2.
Akash is 40.
And bro, it's insane. Like when you get into the mind of Steve Smith and how he is, I think he'll be relishing India because I know that they came close last time. He lost as a captain. He'll want to prove himself as a batter again. And I just think Steve Smith is super scary from an Indian fan right now. I'm not just saying that because of a recency bias, but like you touched upon it, from England, getting the double under against West Indies, showing his credentials against South Africa, and it's nuts. Before we talk about India, New Zealand, we saw the SCT20, of course, yesterday. At least I saw it. Rashid got a 3-for and invariably
And
he's
they
gone
lost.
to 500. They lost, but 500 T20 wickets.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Are we seeing the best ever, the GOAT of T20s?
Yeah, of course, but you'll have to also take in account that he's playing 50 games a year.
True.
So it's not like, I mean, for Bravo, it was not like that for the first, 10 years. more
Agreed for
probably.
Malinga?
Yeah, even for Malinga, it is not like that, right? You didn't have a
Change
lot of
the
leagues.
question. Yes.
Yeah,
change
you
the
didn't have a
question.
lot of leagues. But with Rashid, right, he's playing what? BBL, IPL, PSL,
Yes.
CPL.
Previously APL.
Yeah, what is it called?
I know.
Shabagiza.
So he's basically played every league in the world.
He's played like at least 7 leagues, I think.
Has he
So-
played the 100? Yeah, he's played the 100.
Yeah, he's played the
Rashid.
100. Yeah.
Does T10 also count as T20?
No,
right?
No.
No, it doesn't.
So
So
he's
that says that he's playing around like what?
And
50,
this also
50 games.
includes the T20As he plays against Ireland and all those teams.
Yeah,
Because all T20s, right?
no, 100% because
Yeah.
I was just trying to figure out.
but
uh,
again, having said all of that, 500 wickets is
Mad
more,
achievement.
yeah, it's a mad achievement, and
He's like
it's
a-
not about just that 500 wickets. It's about like how it's
Yeah.
even though he's
and
been
it's
there
safe.
for so many years, right?
Yeah,
All
yeah.
the batters tend to struggle. It's not like they have found out how to play him. So that kind of mystery that is there with him
Hmm.
is something that makes him, I think, very good. It's basically like Sunil Narain,
Yeah.
who's gone on with the mystery for so many years, and people have still not been able to decode it. So that way, it's just a potent version of Narain, a more wicket-taking version.
TTR looks like
No,
Sharma.
it's ridiculous. Like some of the numbers he's conjured up. I mean, just go check it out on the cricket.com app. Another reason why you should download the app because of Rashid's numbers and brilliant. We'll probably put out a stats piece due course in time. Now, India, of course, trying to play for the number one ranking, boys. How much does that really give the players a boost?
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
And how is it suddenly we're just number one again? Because we played like what 3 ODIs against Sri Lanka, we ripped them apart. Now we're playing
England
New
also,
Zealand apart.
right?
Maybe
England
New
also.
Zealand are.
Was the last
So
ODI
bad.
series England?
No. I'm
Yeah,
saying
they
like,
won in England away.
England
Right?
also they won, right?
2022 July.
Oh wait, yeah.
Yeah,
correct.
July, yeah.
so from there on we have been like
June.
England, South Africa, Sri Lanka, and now New Zealand.
But
so
it's
4
great.
consecutive.
And
Again, it's
Zimbabwe
all
also.
bilaterals.
Ah.
It's absolute.
If you go
bullshit.
And
yeah,
West Indies
before
also.
that, if you go before that, 2 more. So 6 consecutive.
for sure.
series
3
wins.
for none, 1 over gone, and Lockie Ferguson
Lockie.
to Shubman Gill. Shubman Gill has just been like on fire. Do you think he'll continue that streak, or do you think the law of averages inevitably will catch
But
up?
there was some numbers I saw that when a batter has scored 200, the number of runs they've scored in 3 innings or 2 innings, something on those. Okay.
I had to laugh. Sorry. Okay, we'll take up Sachin one last question. I love the spirit from Sachin to remind us as well. Because sometimes
Let's
you
see.
just kind of get carried away with the sport. So, Sharat, can you just take Sachin's question because I think it was referring to the SA20,
Yeah.
and we have our in-house SA20.
So from
experts.
what I've seen, I think it's Pretoria Capitals who are leading. And
Sunrisers.
yesterday's game, Sunrisers are pretty good, but Pretoria Capitals, yesterday's game was pretty insane because they were under the pump. They were put under the pump by Brevis. And after that, whatever Wayne Parnell touched turned to goal.
Wow.
And he bowled out Ethan Bosch, I think, in the 16th over, and still had 2 overs of him at the death.
And is he
And
captain also?
He's the captain. And he nailed those Yorkers, and it was tailing him.
Wow.
And I mean, nobody could get. I think Odin Smith struggled to get a bat on it, and then he eventually got bowled. And then Wayne Parnell's celebration was this. He showed like use your head.
Rashford.
Yeah.
He's a United fan, right?
Sucker,
yeah.
He did that
He did the
Ronaldo,
Ronaldo
celebration.
celebration.
By the way,
Yeah.
4 for Gill to get off the mark. Little thickish outside.
And by the way, Avnish must be delighted with Will Jacks. He's
Yeah,
easily
yeah.
the player of the
Yeah, yeah.
tournament so far.
I like everything about him apart from his hairstyle. His hairstyle reminds me of like,
Old school.
Yeah.
old school, one of the
Peaky
Peaky Blinders.
Blinders.
Yeah, exactly. Will Jackson smashing in SC20.
Yeah.
Can't wait for us to be to bench him all
Yes.
season.
Oh yes.
Yeah, like Finn Allen.
Even I think
But
Faf
if-
has been doing well.
Yeah,
so
but if
not-
if you had a choice between Duplessis and Will Jacks right now, who do you pick?
But there's something about Duplessis that just can't drop because of the captaincy.
Yeah.
Who then would you throw it back to Kohli?
Maxwell.
I mean,
Maxwell.
sure.
He'll be fit for
Sure.
it.
If
He'll
he's
be
fit.
fit. He'll be fit.
But
I
then-
mean, why not? What has Duplessis done that Maxwell hasn't as captain?
He's won IPL.
Duplessis-
Not as a captain, but like he's
But
won
he
an
knows how to
IPL.
win, bro.
Maxwell doesn't know how to.
Max.
Baff is the only guy who's won the IPL. I mean, and Hazelwood in the whole
In the-
RCB squad.
That's
Yeah,
because
but
he
he's
got
not
them
on as
from
captain, right?
Who?
Faf is not
Yeah,
on as
but
captain, right?
he's learned from the best leader there's
Yeah.
ever been in the IPL.
Uh,
I mean, people will say Rohit Sharma, but I think
See,
personally
it's the
MS
same,
Dhoni.
right? No, it's the
I
same.
personally think it's MS.
Same, right? Even Hardik learned from Rohit, and
Yeah.
then you saw the result.
No, 100%.
Yeah,
yeah,
Yes.
but ultimately, Duplessis is what 38, 39,
As
38,
Yeah.
and last season, I mean, he was always going to be a stopgap fix, right? And if a better player is coming
See,
through,
if Will Jacks just gets thrown in and then he says, he takes a 3 for 22 and then scores like a 50, then you can't drop him.
okay, I agree that maybe.
And they won't drop
the-
Pasarano because of the money.
Yeah.
They won't drop Maxi because
No,
of
you
the
can't
money.
drop Hastranga because he's the only leg spinner, right?
Correct.
But I mean, you can try that as well. It's not like Hazaranga has been in.
And even though
world-beating form.
Hazelwood has been like top for us so far, I don't think this year he might start that many games. If he does
and
play,
who knows? Oh,
let's come back
Point.
in sharply.
And who knows? Hazelwood might pull out. I don't know. I mean, he has missed a
He
lot
might,
of
he might.
tests,
Yeah.
right? So
And
Given
given
that
that Stark is
Ashes is-
not,
just around the corner,
Ashes, the WTC.
yeah,
Yeah.
I
Final.
think he might pull out of the IPL, and that way, I mean, might be a blessing in disguise for RCB. They don't have to take harsh
No,
call
they don't
of
have
Oh,
to
God.
dropping
By
him.
the way, keep your comments coming through,
Siraj
all of
will
you
be
on
the
this
only-
wonderful Wednesday afternoon? Tuesday afternoon, sorry,
So-
I'm just kind of counting. the days
So, what do you
ahead.
guys think of Dravid's statement yesterday, where he said
Oh,
that?
that is
Kohli
a
and Rohit
great,
have been
that's a
rested.
great question.
And I would like to ask this to viewers as well. It's like the stigma still continues that you
Yeah.
can't ever move on from the big names. It's that they've always been only rested, and
In fact,
still we are in 2023 and they're still
believing. Go short.
scared to use the word dropped or moved on.
oh, brilliant shot,
And
by the way.
I don't know if someone asked about
No,
DK or Ashwin, but if someone asks about DK or Ashwin also, I'm sure that the management will take the
No, I
safe
think
option of.
I think they will then see the thing with Rohit and Kohli is I think they're still unsure of where they are heading into because the openers, right? They have not been in great form and they've also scored like subpar this thing. And with Rohit's experience, maybe they think that okay, what if he can like improve his
Correct.
form or something, and then because that kind of experience
Oh, bold from Jacob Murphy.
even though
Duffy. I keep calling him Murphy. He's that.
he's not Todd Murphy.
He's not that Aston Villa player. Once again, just to give you all context, what Anirudh is talking about and what Akash is kind of expanding on, Rahul Dravid was asked, there was a question mark over Kohli's place in the T20 international setup last year. Today he's included in the ICC team, but he's still not in the T20 international side now. Why is that? To which Dravid responded, not by us, never by us. We need to look at the priority this year. This year it's all about tests in one-day internationals. Now, that is baffling.
That's not baffling.
Because, bro, like, you're starting a new era of T20s. These boys have had their chance. And as much as I love Kohli to play the 2024 World Cup, you take a harsh call right now. You set up a press conference. You make sure Hardik Pandya is the full-time T20 international captain no matter what. Rohit Sharma, as much as he's a tactical leader in T20s and a kind of a good opener, I wouldn't say he's a bad opener in T20s. I just think, bro, it's time to at least give that format some sort of
Reboot
and a resuscitation of style.
True, but isn't that what they're doing? He's clearly stated that this year our priority
No,
is
but that
ODIs
means,
and
like,
tests.
so you're telling me, like, start of next year, all those T20s building up to the World Cup, Rohit Kohli will be back, KL will be back. And then
Yeah.
again, we'll have that.
Yeah, that's the
That-
problem, right? I
that's
mean,
the
it's
problem.
about the usage of words. Like if you hint that, if Dravid had said that, something like we are not quite sure that if they'll be integrated back into the setup or something, or something like just ignore that and say that no, we are happy with whatever team we have, or something like that.
Yeah.
It would have hinted that okay, they are definitely looking forward to a new era or whatever. But now it's very the
But
mixed
I mean, the
signals
focus
are
is
being
not
given.
on T20, right? So it's not.
That's true.
So I think the statement goes on to
Which
say that
is why what Avnish said is right. Which means that next year the focus will be on T20s.
Yeah, that's when
means
I'll
that
get a
again,
clarity.
are you going to go back to Kohli,
no,
Rahul?
if they
Rohit?
don't
That's
go
the
back,
worry.
no, I'm saying if they don't go back to them, then it'll be clear. Then I think the question then, I mean, has to be answered by.
But why
Dravid
not
that
take
we
the
don't
call
know
now
that,
itself?
right? We
Yeah,
don't
why
know.
don't take a call right now itself and expand the pool of players and say, okay, fine, if they really have to come back in the T20s, they have to have sensational back-to-back IPLs and kind of outdo what, say, a Tripathi would do given this whole 2023 year
I mean,
being a ODI test priority, right? I don't know. Like, how do
no,
you see?
see.
Like, for example, someone like Gaikwad should have played those three T20s against Sri Lanka.
but
bro. I
Gill
just-
played, right? So it's not like they're not trying out. It's not like
No,
KL
but
Rahul
Gill's
and
anyway got an opportunity in ODIs and tests. Gaikwad's still waiting in the wings, and I think, and we agreed upon this.
No. I'm saying like they did try new options. We don't
Yeah.
know what's going to happen. Maybe they'll try more options. Maybe they'll see where. See, the good thing is they used Rahul Tripathi at number 3 and they didn't use him at like 5 or 6.
Yeah.
That just shows that. I mean, I don't know if it's the management or Hardik Pandya that they know the role. I mean, the role clarity is very like clear. They know that this guy is best suited for number 3. We'll use him at number 3 and not just throw him around like how they did with Samson, right?
No, but I'm just saying, I'll just feel sad for some guy who's already cemented his place in T20s this year, and then next year he's just thrown up because of guys of big dogs are back.
And the point is, if you're there is what about 18 months left. I mean, less than 18 months, I guess, for the next T20 World Cup, and you have to give that core. You have to start building the core from now only. You can't say that okay, you may or may not play next year, but for the time being, we are not playing you.
No, maybe they could have given that message in person. We don't know.
Yeah, but
It's
I
not
mean,
necessary
again-
that they have to come out in the media and say that no, the
That's
career
what-
is over, right? Because
not-
Kohli at this form, if you
it's-
say that
I mean, yeah,
we are not
like-
looking at Kohli, then there'll be somebody who's going to be like, oh, that guy scored so many runs. Oh, that
Nobody
he
wants
scored
to
so.
be unpopular.
Yeah, why would you want to do it? You will only question them. You'll be like, how can you drop Kohli?
Yeah, I mean,
So
it's one
it's
of
like-
those
No,
lose-lose
true.
situations, right?
Either even the players right now need to just pick formats, dude. They can't
Yeah,
just be
that's what I'm
privileged.
saying. No, then it should be the player who comes out and say that no, I'm at this wrong like side of the age.
Yeah.
I just want to concentrate on tests and ODIs. I don't want to. Yeah,
I think
that's
they are
so-
waiting for that, I guess.
Yeah.
For Kohli and Rohit. To
See, the
retire,
issue
basically.
is we've seen it in the past as well, when like a management has one thought and the player has the other, with how it panned out with Kohli,
absolutely,
right?
for
So
sure.
I think Dravid doesn't want that situation again, because that will then put them in a very awkward position. So he's like, I don't want to talk about it right now. We are whatever.
Yeah, but that gives us an indication like there's greater powers at play, and we don't know times what's
Yeah.
happening in that inning. That's I mean, it's pretty crazy. A great ball by Lockie Ferguson, by the way. 16 for none, 3.3. We'll keep taking the comments. Vikas Shukla goes on to say, I think it's fair as there are not many matches in T20s. I believe they'll take a call after the IPLs. They have fair
Yeah.
point. And Vikas, I think I apologize for not returning a call, because Vikas is someone who's reached out to CDC, so big up on him. Also, there was another comment with regards to this whole Dravid chat. Shonak, if you can just revisit that and just expand a little bit, because I'm going on to say, I think with so many changes at the management level, selectors, and coupled with T20 World Cups, but still being very far away, the planning and the clarity in communication isn't there yet. Dravid isn't sure, won't go back. But I just see, like, look at it from Dravid's perspective. What is he supposed to do?
Okay, a very, very, I'm going to ask a question that is, I'm going to throw up something which is, relevant, but probably not too relevant, may or may not happen. If India loses a Border Gavaskar trophy, do you think Dravid will get the sack?
No, I don't think he should. I don't think
He's
he should
lost.
at all. I think
He's lost in South Africa, nearly lost in Bangladesh.
he lost in England.
Yeah, lost in England.
Um,
So that's his.
Lost.
Isn't that supposed to be his forte?
Drew against.
Yeah, but
England
India might
one
might as well, like, stick with him till the World Test Championship final. What if he wins that and loses the Border Gavaskar Trophy? Then
Oh,
you're
if
just
India
like,
lose the Border Gavaskar trophy, I don't think they are making the
Yeah.
final.
why?
Because South Africa have 2 tests against West Indies. If they win that, they will go above India. And
No, but that wasn't part of the rules.
that is.
Yeah.
I said, like, but you guys didn't tell me that. You said only the Sri Lanka New Zealand thing. Man.
No, I mean Sri Lanka, New Zealand also matters.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
South Africa, because the Sydney
So if
ended in a
India
draw,
to
I
lose
think
2-1,
if India lose 2-1 and South Africa win 2-0, I think South Africa will.
No, then also I think India will.
We have
Yeah,
to
2-1,
check that.
yeah, I
We have
don't
to
think-
check
3-1.
that.
yeah, guys,
Yeah,
don't
but-
scare me.
No,
like
no,
that.
no. I mean, like, it's not about that. It's about like, even last year, right? Dravid came out and said that my major disappointment is that we couldn't win in red ball formats.
Yeah.
So if he continues to be that, and there's no improvement on that side of things,
No, I brought up this because he was talking about Dravid long-term planning, etc., etc.
not just
Right.
there is
And-
also, I think.
And is Dravid only contracted till the
But
2023?
Dravid-
Dravid's,
the World
but
Cup, yeah, the
Dravid's
World
never had his best test team.
Not really.
He's never had his best. Like, there's always one
But
sort of
that's
big
how it
player
is,
missing.
right?
England
Why?
was the closest.
England, Rohit Sharma wasn't there.
Rahul was in there.
Rahul was in there as well. Like, how do you expect in South Africa as well? You didn't have Rohit Sharma at all, who was kind of actually batting
But
really well at the
That
time.
tells about. I mean, that's.
That question is to be
Rohit's-
answered by
yeah.
NCA as well.
Yeah,
Yeah. Because Bangladesh again same.
But I mean, apart from Rohit, right? India had their strongest possible 11 in South Africa.
At least bowling
No.
attack.
What do you
Bowling
mean?
attack wise, right? Bumrah is
They
there.
had Bumrah, Siraj,
Shami is
Shami,
there.
Ashwin.
Yeah.
Jadeja wasn't there.
Jadeja is not a best bowler,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, but like
It's not
Jadeja
Ashwin.
adds so much value as a test player.
True, but again, you'll have to figure out. See, that's
Like,
the
that's
point
a
of.
balance. Like, Jadeja is a glue because he can do a holding role like a. I mean, not as good as a Nathan Lyon.
No,
obviously,
but that's the
like,
point of having a squad, right? That somebody can replace him.
Oh, true.
So if you don't have that,
I'm just
It's,
saying, if there's one time or one series where Dravid has, like, hopefully the BGT might be one of them. No, but he won't have Bumrah. But he won't need Bumrah essentially because.
see exactly.
Flat
See,
text.
if he wins, you will say that you don't need.
No, but I'm
Bumrah.
just saying, like, if you
you
give
lose,
Dravid
then
the
you're like-
best, like Rohit, Rahul, Pujara, Kohli, who's a Pant he doesn't have now.
No,
Yeah,
okay, wait. The
that's
question answer should be: have India improved on those, or is it just like, see, the bowling part of it is pretty much the core has been already set, right? It's not like Dravid has come
No,
in
true,
and
but like I'm just
changed.
saying, 1 or 2 players make a huge difference in winning series away. Like South Africa away for sure, we had it in the bag and we let it slip. And plus, I don't think they should have let go of Kohli that early because look, as a Test captain, bro, I think
He resigned. They didn't let
Yeah,
Kohli go.
he's
resigned.
brilliant. He's
But
brilliant
okay,
as a Test captain.
because says it would be unfair on.
Oh,
No,
top edge, top
No,
edge.
it's not a
top
top
edge.
edge. That's a proper
Proper?
Mirage.
hook. Yeah.
But dude, it just gives me the impression that Indore have incredibly short boundaries.
Yeah, it has.
What is
Hey,
it, like 50?
55,
And
50
anyone else think
behind
Jacob Duffy is a carbon copy of Colin DeGrando when it comes to his
action?
maybe a slight jump.
Yeah,
But he
maybe
looks
a
like a
slight
footballer.
jump.
I mean, it's,
But okay, it would be unfair on Kohli to drop him in T20 given his fitness. His age should not be the question. He had a sensational last year. If he gives runs, we have seen what he can do in the crunch games.
See, exactly. If you close the door on that aspect, you can't then do a U-turn and be like, oh, we have to bring back Kohli.
No, but you know the thing is, you know why these players are not retiring from T20 international?
like
Rohit Sharma also said it, I think 3 weeks ago or something like that, right? Because think about it, they're going to be playing at least another 3-4 IPLs. At least. Rohit, Virat for sure. In whatever capacity.
If
But they will. If Dhoni's still playing till 42.
So
guys.
that's
turn
Dhoni.
into Steve
That's-
Smith.
That's Dhoni, and I say Dhoni is
No,
a
Dhoni
definite
could afford to
exception.
do it because he retired from other
Correct.
formats.
And he's a
He retired from
keeper.
Test pretty early, so
Correct. So he does, like, he's an exception to that rule. But I just think because they're playing 3, 4, 5 IPLs, maybe T20 internationals will never be kind of fully closed on them, because what if they suddenly
get a
kind
good
of
season.
Like start playing like Steve Smith.
start playing like Steve Smith, start playing like I don't know who the other kind of like a Dinesh Karthik, how he's reinvigorated himself, right? What if these guys kind of just I don't know, Rohit decides to bat 4 or 5 down for
I mean,
Mumbai
just feels like right now
and becomes the true hitman of
I
himself.
don't think-
Kohli's spot.
Oh, that is
How
beautiful
can
from
you
Rohit
man?
Sharma. An
He's answered it
absolute
in
gorgeous
style.
shot. That maybe is contender of 6 of the series, let alone the match.
straight as an
I mean,
arrow.
And that's the second 6 of the over. So India 30 for none, 4.5. They're cruising along. We're going to be here till, of course, maybe the 10th over, maybe a little bit more if it's
No.
getting interesting. Nitin going on to say, what will be the bowling combination
My
for that
God,
first
here
test?
we go
No,
again.
no. We are not talking about.
But
that.
bro,
Yeah,
it's a
we
new,
got
it's a
it.
new comment, so we'll be very speedy with any BGT thing.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll
Quickly.
Shami, Umesh, Akshar, Ashwin, Jadeja.
man's supposed to say.
and I'm not even
No, I'm not even
disagreeing.
anyway going to change it.
Yeah, correct. No, I don't disagree with the boys.
Maybe if there's an injury, Siraj.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
No,
it.
not cut.
No.
No, not
At least
cut,
till Dhamshala, no.
right? Okay, fair. And he's in the squad, right?
Yeah,
He-
he's
he-
in
he-
But Nitin, good question. Keep them coming about anything SE20, BGT, as much as the boys are reluctant right now. And subscribe because it's seemingly
Oh
a
my
new
God! It's a
subscriber.
53-meter boundary.
Yeah,
No.
that's what I said. 50. Yeah, 53.
Is this Chinnaswamy in disguise?
No.
No, it's
Chinnaswamy has
smaller than
longer
Chinnaswamy.
boundaries,
It was 61 in the square.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Why do you think they were scoring like 200 runs here for fun in T20s?
So we are
So
gonna
the
see
highest
another
score is
dozen
at
today.
Sehwag?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, is
Indore
that the
was
highest?
it, right? Yeah.
So Watchalong going to say the motto of the BCCI to produce players like Sachin, who scores more centuries, Kohli, now Gill in all formats. We didn't have impact players.
No comments.
That's an unpopular opinion to say the least.
True that. I can't.
Yeah, we don't
But
want
we
to.
did have certain impact players like Yuvraj, Hardik Pandya now, so it's not like entirely not out of. Yeah, yeah.
Man,
we had-
Sehwag.
Rohit Sharma has a class above every Indian right now. Most eye-catching batter in world cricket. No one
I would
else
say
comes close.
Gill.
So
is as eye-catching.
I brought up this point, I think, during the Sri Lanka series, that asking whether Rohit had changed his ODI template,
Mm.
and he himself confirmed it after the last match that he has changed his ODI template.
So basically, he's watching us.
He's trying to change. He's trying to take the bowlers on more. And what I had, for those who had probably forgotten about it, and probably everyone would have forgotten about it, the change is that Rohit in his first 20 balls in ODIs,
Ooh.
between 2013 and 2020 almost, his strike rate was in 70s.
Mm.
And
No, it's about nearly
since 2021,
100.
it's like close to 100. And in this year, it's like 115 or 120,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, but then
So-
again, like those are great numbers. But again, it's about doing it in big tournaments.
Doing it big tournaments, and also let's not forget that India need Rohit to kind of bat.
Yeah, because
deep
before
as
the
well.
T20 World Cup, we saw them kind of go mad in power plays, that West Indies series, that England
Yeah, yeah.
series. But then they were just as timid as cats on a Sunday. Dude.
But the only
The power play.
Oh,
that's a great ball. That.
but one
Shade.
comforting factor, if you can call it that, is that the World Cup will be played in India,
Mhm.
Yeah.
so that you don't expect anything.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. It's like it's gonna be like.
And they
this
can't
only.
even say that. The
Yeah,
conditions
unless
are
we get
different.
pitches that we saw in the second ODI, which I mean, everyone was thinking, oh, it's,
you won't
it's
expect.
Raipur and not Raipur.
Yeah, you won't
And
expect
what
every
is this?
team to be like this week,
Oh yeah, 100%.
like New Zealand, Sri Lanka have
Mhm.
been.
But New Zealand, Sri Lanka, West Indies,
Oh,
maybe
more
throw South
sixers.
Africa in there. Why do they
All
look
bad.
so much weaker when they play India in India and ODIs? All of them.
I think India. Oh my God!
Well played, Rohit.
This feels like India just know how to win in
Yeah.
How to win,
ODIs.
yeah.
It's basically like-
ODIs in India.
It's basically like how Australia know how to win in tests in
And
Australia.
it's obviously no one-off because we keep seeing that graphic that the Star Sports broadcast
Yeah,
throw up
most
since Jan
consecutive wins.
2010,
yeah,
the series. Ashwini talks, good to see you. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
India need tall, fast bowlers to give balance
Yeah.
to their attack.
Prasidh, I can think of Prasidh straight away.
Prasid is tall.
Shiny.
I think Umran is
Same.
quite.
I mean, let's not forget
Yeah, yeah.
this whole enforcer thing started signing only,
Signing,
right?
yeah.
Like he was the guy who was kind of blood into the attack as like this enforcer, and he did well for the first 4 5 matches before. I think he fell apart in Australia after
Yeah, and
Warner
West
and
Indies as
Finch
well.
and Smith. took him
Yeah, for
apart.
sure. 31 for none, by the way. 5.4 was gone, and Rohit Sharma looks all right. So is Gill. Speaking of tall bowlers, guys, that just raises a question in my head.
We are
Uh,
racing.
No,
The
he's not-
tallest. Who's the tallest Indian bowler we've seen ever?
We are racing.
No, even before that.
But in
Right
this
now,
run,
active or
Abhay Kurvilla,
Abhay Kurvella is a great
Active.
shot. Timo Johanan.
Tino Johanan. Yeah, he's also
Javagal
active,
Srinath.
active or
Oh,
fast?
active. Saini comes
active,
close.
passive, all voices.
Saini
Active
comes
goes there.
close.
Unadkat is kind of tall, I guess.
Not
Very tall, but
yeah.
he's
But
Kuldeep
I
Sen.
think
no.
No,
Kuldeep
no.
Sen is-
Kuldeep Sen is not that tall.
Prasid is tall. Prasid is quite tall.
Yeah, right now I think Pesci is the. I think among Indian bowlers, he has the
Tallest.
the release point is highest, I guess, for Prasid.
Hmm. Yeah, Abhay
Abhay
Kurvilla.
Kurvella, yeah,
is-
Tino Johanan. But present era.
Oh, Kadamba is here.
Kadamba is here. Where's our good friend Anirudh, the stats man? I hope he's going to give us some good pieces of stats. Or you guys can follow the live blog, whichever is easier for you all. Abhay Kurvella was 6'6", but I think Timo Johanan was 6'5".
No,
Dodda Ganesh is
Yeah.
another throwback bowler. Javagal Srinath. And then, I don't know. We had this phase where he had so many left-arm pacers. It was ridiculous. Like Pathan, R.P. Singh,
Zahir Khan.
Zahid
of course.
Khan, of course.
So if you are New Zealand, if India loses a wicket, 100 for no loss, 120 for no loss, whatever, would you then immediately bring Santon into the attack and attack Kohli because
That's what they've been doing.
100%.
That's what they've
Look,
been doing. Even
but-
last
but
time they
I-
did.
Got
think-
him out twice.
I mean, I just feel that New Zealand could have been a bit inventive and they could have bowled Sandham from one end to the new ball only because let's be honest, Jacob Duffy didn't look like the most threatening new ball bowler.
Correct.
Good.
It's not his ODI debut, but like the first
And
on the store.
Even nothing has worked against Gill and Rohit for them so far.
No, but they did get some. I don't know.
But
they
guys,
tried
it looks
getting
like
some
it's gonna be like a 350.
So
Yeah,
both
yeah.
Prasid was not dropped. He's still not fit.
Yeah,
He's been
injured.
nursing a back injury for the last
Yeah.
4 months or something. I
Oh yeah,
guess.
Ishant Sharma, Venkatesh Prasad. How come-
Yeah, Ishant Sharma, of course.
By the way, so the last time in the last 4 ODIs, I think this was a stat that I read out in the first ODI as well. The last 4 ODIs that India have batted first, their minimum score has been 349. So they've got a 349, a 374, 383, and a
Right.
409.
In general,
In the last
Yeah.
4 ODIs.
Wow.
So that was Sri Lanka, New Zealand, and then
So this is
Bangladesh.
selective stats.
Bangladesh 409. That
Yeah,
200
yeah.
Ishan Kishan got. So today as well, I think it's going to be an absolute belter.
And what happened the first 2 ODIs of the Bangladesh series?
Mehdi pulled out the
See.
snake. He's pulled out the snakes. Hello,
Oh, there
Gary.
was one
How
more.
are you?
Pankaj Singh. Yeah, Pankaj Singh was also good shot. Yeah,
Pankaj
he
Singh was
played
the
just
guy
one
who
test.
replaced Zach on Lords in the first
yeah,
game.
yeah. And
Yeah.
that's the only game he played.
Yeah. So 6 overs gone, 33 for none now. Gill will get 2. Do you think the team management
Tignan
has
has
any in the
I mean,
venues?
basically
to
same
make
actually
test
Liam
matches?
Plunkett, right?
Yeah,
I don't know, Nitin. I mean, remember the last
Kohli, I think.
time where Kohli said the 5 big test centers and all of that, and by what he meant by is the fact that Kolkata,
I
Mumbai,
don't think they have.
Karnataka, Delhi,
Not
and
Karnataka.
Chennai.
How can Karnataka be?
as in Bangalore.
But yeah, I mean, I agree. Like,
Yeah, we
that
should
should
have
be the case, right?
yeah.
Like, have 4-5 centers for
Test cricket.
Test cricket and play
ODIs wherever
ODIs
you
and
want to.
T20As everywhere.
It's not like we go to Australia and play in the Manuka Oval, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
Or
will.
Bloodstone Arena or
Yeah.
something like that.
That's a good. It's a better ground than
What?
some of the
Some of the grounds.
yeah,
But yeah,
I mean, like Pune and all these venues,
outside.
they have
very
But I
like
guess-
zero turnout for test matches.
but that's also the beauty of it. The fact that India actually has so many venues that we can choose. Like Pune, for example, could just be like an absolute spin fest out there. Kolkata has everything.
That's
for it.
okay, but at the end of the day, if you're playing in front of an empty stadium,
yeah.
it's pointless, right?
But why empty stadium?
No, because
No.
Pune, I mean, everyone says how it's very far away from the city.
Oh,
And
true.
there's
But like
there's
when,
no
when
shade
India,
also.
no,
Shade
when
also
India
for the
plays,
fans.
like it's hardly
And not just that, I think
maybe in a Ranji show, yeah. But
Ravichandran Ashwin came out saying that even in ODIs, when India are playing across the country,
Mhm.
it becomes very tough for them to adjust when it comes to the World Cup because then you played all over the place. You've not played at the grounds where
correct.
the World Cup is actually going to be played. So he pointed out that as a concern and saying that this might be a concern for India because they played all over the place. They don't know what are the.
No, but when will they know the venues?
No, I think ideally BCCI should know the venues.
Yeah, BCCI should even
mean,
though it's not in
actually, no,
public
it's not
knowledge
like-
right now.
Not less than a month before, because
Short, man. That is absolutely applause worthy. That
Because I tell you what, like there was, I mean, one of the you can shortlist like
Mohali.
6-7 venues and
Yeah.
then rotate.
correct.
I mean, I'm
Exactly.
sure that Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai, they are not Delhi. Please no.
Kolkata.
I don't-
Kolkata, yeah,
Kolkata,
Kolkata,
Bangalore.
definitely.
Delhi's
Dharamsala,
been in the
definitely.
bad books of the ICC
Yeah,
for a while.
So wait,
Dharamsala,
Bangalore,
definitely.
Bangalore, Mumbai, Chennai,
Kolkata.
Kolkata, for
Mohali.
sure.
And now Ahmedabad.
Mohali,
Mohali, Ahmedabad will be there. 6
Yeah.
and probably
Dharamsala could be a good
Dharamshala, Mohali can like rotate.
What
it.
about
Like,
Hyderabad,
both are
Jaipur?
I don't know. When
Pune.
has
Savai Mansingh is a.
I don't know.
Savai Mansingh is a good
Jaipur. When did Jaipur last host the test? It must be a.
test. No, I mean like
Oh,
No,
that's a
I'm
good
talking
question.
test only.
Okay, you're talking about
only,
test.
only test.
When did Jaipur last was test?
Savai
Let us know in
Mansingh.
the comments below. Rank turners to the way for India.
No,
No,
the
no,
way to lose.
no,
Yeah,
no.
it's a way to lose because we saw what happened.
We saw what happened in Nagpur in that Ranji
No,
game. I think
we saw
9
even
wickets
what
fell
happened in
still.
the Bengaluru test, right?
I
India were
don't
like
know. Pune.
But that was one of the
No,
great India
I'm saying India,
tests.
Sri Lanka.
Oh yeah.
India, Sri Lanka.
I think that was one of the great India Australia tests in India.
No, you're talking about that. I'm talking about India, Sri Lanka
Oh,
one,
correct.
where they like
Got out for like 100 and.
Oh,
Oh,
and,
yes.
Oh my
and
God.
they
for
took the slip
I
out.
think that's the
And
first
Fortune-
outsides of the series.
yeah, Fortune
That's it.
favors the brave. And India cantering along now. 7 overs gone, 42
How
for
many
now.
height? 8 feet.
Are
that's
you
what he
mad?
missed. Yeah.
Are you mad? 6'2". Honestly, 6'2". What are you guys?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
five
Oh,
foot
they're
eight?
actually.
No,
Ah,
man. 6'2"
shit.
for sure. You guys are what? 5 foot?
I don't know.
Bullshit. Like 5'4",
Five.
5'5", I guess 5'5".
First of all, you guys are kind of close to my height, but you're not close to my name at all. It's not Avinash. It's not.
Yeah, it's Amish.
Shauna, can you
with
just
two
put my
A's.
little Aston right now on the screen so
Yeah,
people
yeah.
just kind of embed that?
AVENEEEEEESH. Avnish.
Please. I'm doing the Saka and the Rashford celebration. Please.
Yeah.
I'm doing the
AVA. So even say Avanish,
Yeah.
Tommy Hegde,
Eddie.
whatever.
It's like Avnish.
By the way, sorry to switch topic, but
Eddie,
because there's
Eddie,
Australian Open going
Hey,
on.
I'm not Avnish, by the way. This is Avnish.
Did you see that rally of Kokonakis Murray?
Yeah, of course.
What
Man,
a
it's just
rally!
a week late, but okay.
I know, but I was watching it
It's been
yesterday
last
again, the
month, no?
whole match, bro. I was like minded. Who's winning it? Djokovic.
Yeah.
Sure.
Which has like the easiest draw anyone could hope for.
And who's winning the women's? Because Swiatek's out, Kokugov's out,
Yeah. Javier is out.
Azarenka,
I don't know. I think Rabakina looks very good. I think
Rabakina's
Rabakina
there.
might win.
Ostapenko, I think. is
Ostapenko
there.
got knocked out today by Rabakina, I guess. Yeah.
Wow. There's
So-
absolute shambles in the Australian Open. But yeah, if you guys like your tennis, let us know because we're honestly all kinds of sport.
All
Basketball.
kinds of sport. Yeah.
Tennis, football, cricket, tennis, football, cricket, F1, if you guys like F1. And I wish we can actually do watchalongs for all of that, but with cricket.com. But we'll talk about
But
everything.
for F1, you won't have what.
Let's change to sport.com and
The stage is changing the
put in
sport.com.
some quality content.
No, sometimes I just feel like, when India play in weekends, like these meaningless bilaterals, dare I say.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
give precedence to football and other sports.
Yeah.
Because they happen once a week and not
Correct.
like every day. Like this.
Especially Grand Slams are like really good. Like
Once in 4 months.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Nitin, yes.
Nitin, he
Yes.
is going to join that
He's
stream
gonna join
later,
us.
this stream later. He was with us in Bangalore for a brief moment. for
Oh,
2-3
again, I
days.
mean, this outfield is absurd.
Lightning fast, and it's
Absurd.
50 for India. They've just been going at an absolute pace of, I was going to say,
6.67. Yeah, 6.67.
like a fast car.
Fast car doesn't go at 6.67, but yeah, it's,
50 for none. Hope we don't get to see Gill and T20s on the basis of ODS form.
we already
We've
did
already
see
seen it, Subodh. We saw it in Sri Lanka. Prithvi
Oh, you're
Shaw,
saying
Kishan.
about
Oh, for
New
this
Zealand. Yeah, makes sense.
I'm interested about Kishan also. I mean, Kishan also has been pretty woeful in
Yeah,
T20s.
he has a.
But has
T20
Kishan-
record of 120.
Okay, sorry to go back to the boring basket trophy, but just one quick question, okay? Because both of them are in the
Oh,
ODI.
short
Oh,
Oh,
that's so brilliant.
Toss.
This is just brilliant.
Okay.
Absolute brilliant. Has Kishan/KS Bharat been told about who's going to start in that
yeah,
first
it's
test?
KS, but it's more.
Yeah, yeah.
It's KS Bharat.
KS, but
So,
more.
Yeah.
so that
But he'll
means
get dropped
so that means
mid-series.
Kishan will,
Please ask your lad,
So-
Sridhar.
so that means Kishan will
Ooh,
play the
lad.
3 T20s
Yeah.
for sure, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay, fine. So that's what I
So,
want.
by the way, it's like all series, Gill has been cooking Loki.
The
yeah,
North
for
Indian
sure.
joke.
But this is absolute garbage
Which
from
joke,
Loki.
bro?
I mean,
yeah.
He's lost control. Yeah, New Zealand have lost control. Clearly, the wheels are
Yeah.
coming off for them. 5 4s in the last 8 balls, and
Oh
make that
Oh my
6 balls.
god, it's a 6.
It's
No
a
way!
6. That is absolutely brilliant.
Wow.
I mean, does that shot remind you of anyone?
Sehwag.
And- yeah,
No,
Sehwag
Sachin.
comes close. Sachin comes
No,
close.
Sehwag was more work.
Yeah,
aerial
it's
More
like
finer.
even Rohit plays.
So
a
this
lot.
is ridiculous.
But
this is
he-
actually a
Sachin
shot in
more
cricket
like
22
Sachin,
wins.
like-
Sachin more than Sehwag.
Amulet. What a shot and what a player
But
we're
Sachin
seeing in
never
front of
used
our
to.
eyes.
Sachin used to jump and hit. Gill is like effortless.
Guys, 37 of 23. He's absolutely
Oh, man,
no
that's
Oh,
trouble.
he
like-
did jump.
Absurd. I mean, it's like
That's a bizarre shot.
even a guy of Gill's height is jumping, right? For
What-
it's
did you-
trademark. It's
So did you like this shot or did you like Rohit's?
Rohit,
shot?
this?
No, actually,
This-
Rohit.
Different sort of
Oh, I
characters
think it's
now.
just-
But Rohit believes that this is better than.
Manufacture something.
Oh, Rohit also likes it. And
And
again, and
Oh!
again. This is
4.4,
absolute
4.6,
mockery.
4. Wow.
Fuck, 22 of the over. And a ball to go. No.
No, done.
Sorry, I always think
404464.
It's ridiculous from
Madness,
I mean, honestly
absolute
ridiculous.
madness. And Lockie Ferguson looking like a rookie. So his first 3 overs,
Rookie Ferguson.
believe it or not, went for 6.
And then how
And the
mighty
last
have
one
fallen,
is
you know.
gone for
Lockie-
22.
Lockie not too long ago was spoken as, I mean, like a year or 18 months ago, he was like one
For
of
sure.
the hottest prospects in the world, and
Yeah.
now he's like,
But do that shot. If you guys like it back home, please like the
Like a
video.
stream.
And if you guys think Rohit Sharma's shot's better, then subscribe to the channel. Either way, you're
Yeah.
winning, we're winning, India's winning.
If you don't like both the shots, comment your favorite shot and let us
Yeah.
know. Yeah.
Fair. That's
Either
actually
way,
good.
yeah.
That's absolutely brilliant.
and if
Shots.
Okay, now Santner, will you?
Yeah,
yeah,
will you be
yeah,
ballsy
yeah.
enough
what's
if you
that
want
to
to
lose?
rate them?
What's
Even get Bristol, I think. Any spinner.
I mean, I think in this series we've kind of seen why
Gun
New Zealand gave the captaincy to Saudi instead of Latham. Because Latham is too damn, he's
Defensive.
too damn defensive,
Yeah,
and that's one of the reasons why they lost to Bangladesh as well.
yeah.
And no wonder that it reflects very poorly on Latham's captaincy that a 34-year-old Saudi who already has like 16 years of cricket behind him, 15 years of international
Don't
cricket
think
behind
about it. Like when we spoke to that, I think that Michael guy from Auckland, he
Yeah.
was telling me the public perception of
him.
Tom
Latham
Latham
was poor, was
is
Very bad.
They don't like him.
yeah.
They don't like him
Yeah.
as a captain. They like him as a batsman, as a keeper, whatever.
And I saw a post on Reddit yesterday which was talking about Tom Latham, the test batter.
Mm.
Apparently, he averages 26 against India, Australia, South Africa, and England, and he averages 56 or 58 against Sri Lanka, West Indies, Pakistan,
So minnow
and
batsman.
other. Yeah, so he's like,
Will we get to see Sky bat today? I mean, I hope so, Sunil Chaudhary. Because fun fact, the boundary behind the keeper is 54 meters, and you know how Sky gets.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
This is where they played the Sri Lanka T20, right? One of the Sri Lanka T20.
No, I don't
No,
think
no,
Indore
no,
would have got
Okay,
so
that was
lucky.
also 50 meters.
Yeah. The last time Indore
Who's-
hosted an ODI was 5 years ago. I don't know about T20 internationals. Maybe
South
I think
Africa.
Sri Lanka last time they came
No,
about.
South Africa.
Or South Africa,
Yeah, yeah.
you're right,
when
I think
South
so.
Africa, when Rosu scored a century,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
for sure.
Riley Rosu scored.
My
a
focus for
century.
today's game is how Sky goes because India have 3 ODIs after this before the IPL. He may play, he may not. I hope he goes big today and also add to that channel until they bowl it together.
Again in
Bowling in
view.
due.
Yeah, that's a very
I
good.
mean,
And plus, I don't think historically this is a spin conducive wicket, right?
let's be
It's a very
honest, I
bad
don't think
wicket.
Sky will get too many overs to bat today because
Going by.
you know that Kohli having posted like 2 low scores, he would want to bat as long as possible.
Correct. So,
KL is not that.
so
No,
someone
no,
like
no,
the Sky,
decent.
what is the ideal entry point for him in an ODI like this? Presuming
Sky
India, yeah.
Depends.
Say India like 228 for 235th over.
Ideally, I think
That's
34,
perfect,
35
right?
overs.
I'll tell you what, if India are 30 for 3, then
No, say
Sky
like
can
say
try-
use this game itself. So say India 200 for 1 after
anything
34
over
overs.
30, anything over 30 overs, I'll be
Yeah,
happy.
okay.
I'll be very happy because he's not just like a Livingston or someone who just bashes aimlessly. Right?
But he's anyway
Sky
going to
can-
bat at 4, so
5.
5.
Kishan will
Kishan
bat.
bats at
Kishan will
4,
bat
yeah.
at 4.
And,
That's ridiculous.
and you need a left-hander.
Thanks,
right?
Nitin.
Nitin.
Subscribe, tell a friend, and tell the family as well. And of course, give us some love.
There's one more comment on commentators, something like that.
Go
Yeah,
on
yeah.
to that
Yeah,
one.
there's a good reason why we
Decline
are watching it
of
on mute.
commentators.
Yeah,
We
and
have
you guys
more
are watching
commentators.
us, so there's a good reason why we are getting views.
Yeah, dude. I
It's,
think
it's
shocking.
uncanny how much Tickner reminds me of Plunkett with his action.
That's
Yeah.
a good,
Like,
that's a good comparison.
and even
So will you go on to play for US?
if Tickner has half the career Plunkett had, New Zealand would be
Very happy.
grateful. Yeah,
Yeah.
would be happy.
India should score 400. Dude, India has
Ah.
scored minimum of 349, so they're going to get in excess of 350 by the
New
looks
Zealand
of
a
it.
favorite. Come on, I mean, India could declare right now, and I wouldn't put New Zealand favorite.
Yeah, I think New Zealand, like, look, obviously they've been battered in 2 games. That first game, also, let's be honest, guys, if it wasn't for Bracewell, if you deduct
And
his
Santner.
score, then
Yeah.
India would have still won by 150 plus runs, which is just quite ridiculous, right? So
And already we see
look how it goes. Oh,
Warner
look,
and Head, Gill and Rohit, so it's a very good.
And like lefty and lefty, righty and righty.
Righty,
Screw
yeah,
left right
matchup.
screw
combination.
analysts. It's basically screw analysts.
Sarangan, Jayawardene. Oh,
Yeah.
that's this way back to the name. That's it.
But what the hell is minimum 5 innings? I mean, I
Gillen
don't
Dhawan, I
understand.
think Gillen Dhawan last year.
Somebody would have had in 2 innings average
Yeah, I know, but
150.
yeah.
Okay,
But-
so no spin at all in the power play. So I think Duffy will finish out 65 for none. Predictions before we go, boys. How much do you think will India will get in this one over?
375, 380.
380, 375.
375. Okay.
Now I think Rohit is going to step down the track and try to hit,
No, he'll bowl a
Okay.
short ball, he'll pull.
step down
I
the
think
track.
it's through the offside for 4.
Oh, slow
none.
ball.
Literally
Nice.
none.
Nice.
Literally none.
Nice.
of
So
those.
guys, I think we will be going off air after this over.
Yes.
And this has been one of the more entertaining watch-alongs we have done in the last month, I guess.
We'll be back at the 40th over mark, Nitin. So of course, feel free to jump in
Set
and
your
of course
alarms.
set your alarms.
Set your
And
alarms.
keep the questions coming through because
Mark
we'll
your-
be asking. we'll
Mark
be-
your calendars.
The only reason we're going and coming is because there are multiple reasons. Obviously, it's an ODI and we can't
Oh,
possibly,
he's
no,
pulled it. See,
can't possibly do all the
He didn't.
8 hours. But we'll leave you to our prediction engines and all that stuff when we're away. We'll come back in the last 10 overs of India's innings and then talk about all the highlights. If there's some crazy things happening, like a double 100 again, we'll be back here 100%.
hopefully not.
And that's a trick, right?
Yeah.
When do you come in for a double? You don't want to come in on 190 and the guy gets out.
Oh my
Like,
god.
These
No,
bastards.
then I think it's still worth the clip for sure. Yeah, people will be like, oh my god, you jinxed. Oh! This is
That is
brilliant.
top tier.
This is brilliant. Absolutely
Yeah.
brilliant. It's like we were all three chatting and we literally kind of peered to the
Anish,
TV.
that's a top tier 6.
That is a top tier 6.
See, my prediction is true. He'll
I mean,
pull.
this is honestly
But I
absolute
mean, can
carnage
we
out there.
just for a moment, can we also talk about how substandard New Zealand's bowling has been in this entire
Dude, but
season?
it's been like
What a
honestly
shot.
short
Ooh.
and wide.
100
like-
meters.
Are we talking about biscuits here or bowling? Like,
Is
come
this
on.
100? Oh,
89.
Ashwin Talk saying missing the late Tony Day, he would have made a huge deal. Make a dead
Come
match
on.
alive.
I mean, I would aim for 500 today if I was
Absolutely.
India. Like, go for it. I would aim for 500 today if I was
Go
India.
for it,
Go
yeah.
for it. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, dude. They're up 2-0. Let them flex.
And you
their
have Sky
muscle.
Kishan.
yeah.
And
And
I mean, India
Washington.
got to okay, fine. 500 obviously is great in visual thinking. Some would say is 450. Have we ever kind of reached that? What's the closest we've come?
No.
I think
420, 30 something.
I think isn't there? Yeah.
Oh, he's down the
That's
ground.
my prediction.
Bro, let's take it
Yeah.
one more over, guys.
No.
One more over. The way
No.
things are going, it's insane.
If he gets out the next over, we know who is responsible for that.
He gets at this ball. 81 for 9.
Okay,
Wow.
for this next poll, Avnish will be talking like Tony Craig because he already has the accent, so he just has
Comes
to
out the ground all the way for 6. Rohit Sharma. Man, like when Tony Craig was like commentating in all those Sachin Sharjah classics, even back in the day, whenever he would literally commentate about any particular India game, I would just be like, wow. But then I kind of got bored of him. Barry Richards was one of my faves. Tony Cozier was one of my faves. All
What
of these
about
guys, for sure.
going and gone?
Going is as well.
Dean
Good.
Jones.
So India absolutely milking the Kiwis now. 82
Yeah.
for none, 10 overs gone. We'll take a little breather and then we'll come back, of course, on the 40th mark, or 40th over mark, I should say. Pranav Anand, this is the first time
Yep.
Chayal Kuldeep put together. Absolutely good.
We
Spot
will
on
talk
there.
more about this in a
We will
second
come
innings,
back
hopefully.
and hopefully India are poised for, like Anirudh said, 500 maybe. I know we're
500.
going optimistic and kind of wishful right now, but
400 for
we'll leave it there. Keep the comments coming through. Download the app and like this video, please, before we leave. And
He's bowled a
subscribe as
maiden
well.
also in this.
Exactly,
Oh
which
my
is more
God.
shocking. So lots of love to you guys. Goodbye from Akash and Anirudh for timing and me as well. We'll see you guys soon. 40th over mark. Keep your alarms.
And
We'll be
and
back.
stay there. Stay if you want projections and everything. We'll
Yeah,
have it on the
100%.
screen. Live
Projections,
scores, live
super
tracking,
stats.
everything.
And you can check out the live blog as well, which is always fascinating on cricket.com. See you guys. We'll see you soon and have a good lunch. And hopefully India's got tons of runs, including Kohli. Shona, please do the needful. Back. Yeah, there we are. We are back, and India are 299 for 5 after 40 overs. We should have come in slightly earlier, so I was saying, because the king was out there. Gill was doing things that Gill is doing off late. Rohit Sharma and his fastest 100 in ODIs, which is
Second
fun.
fastest, I guess.
Second fastest, is it?
But
we'll show you all the stats in just a bit. But I just want to ask Anirudh first and foremost, what is it going on there right now in India?
I mean, I think India will be slightly disappointed after the start. They had like what 203 for no loss in 24 point something overs.
Yeah.
And they've like what? They've been like 90 something for 5 in the last
No, but
15 overs, right?
It's been an absolute piss take in terms of the Indian batting
Yeah,
and how they got about the business, and that's a beautiful shot
they've
from
slightly,
Washington.
fallen off the rail in the last 15 overs or so.
The last 15 overs or so has been problematic for India, yes, but I still don't not see them inch past 400. Or do you think it's a while away now?
Oh, 400. I mean,
97 from what, 54? I'm guessing Sundar and Hardik will at least bat for the next 4-5 overs, and then from there kind of propel further. But look, India, again, I saw you keep going back to that one stat, but India batting first in the last 4 ODIs, and this is the 5th one, has just been unbelievable in terms of scoring rate. 349 being the low, so they're going to surpass that at least. But a word on New Zealand, and
who have at least picked themselves up in the last
they have
second half of the match of this inning. So credit for that. They could have probably been easily 370 for 1 or something like that right now.
True, but but what is it? I mean, Latham won the toss, decided to bowl. He's got that wrong. Everything's looked pear-shaped since. Obviously, the fact that they've pulled something back, sure, but they're still like playing catch-up cricket from ball 1 almost.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing catch-up cricket whole series, right? As in from ball 1 of the series, right?
Yeah.
So it's a bit disappointing.
And here he is.
And here he is, and it's
Here he is.
time for the
Stage. And have his say.
stage.
Gurkira, that is know I've been kind of not following you afternoon. What have you sent to the game, my friend? What's the biggest talking point right now?
I think the biggest talking point for India today, if they don't manage to reach the 400 mark, is that what is it that they can do to reach that 400 mark? Because today, with the kind of start that they had scored more than 200 runs, if I'm not wrong. They were around 243 for 2 at the 30 over mark. So from there on, at the very least, they should have added 200 runs given the conditions and the ground. And and I think what these two games might just be a small sample space, but I just had some numbers.
Okay.
Ishan Kishan's dot ball percentage is particularly quite high if we look at it. I'm just bringing up those numbers. I had them here. So his dot ball percentage in the power play in ODIs is 67.18. In T20Is in the power plays it's 51.4, and in IPL it is 49.4. Overall dot ball percentages in ODIs, T20Is and IPL is 52, 45.1 and 38.4. So I think this larger sample space will be enough, should be enough for the Indian team to realize that there's a problem with Ishan Kishan when it comes to the rotation of strike. And if he's going to continue to struggle with the rotation of strike, maybe he's not the number 4 that India are looking at. And this is something that I had said ahead of the series, that maybe number 4 is not the position for Ishan Kishan, and maybe India could try and have Kohli at 4 there. That would disturb Kohli's position, but I think Kohli is still more suitable to play at number 4 as opposed to Ishan Kishan.
But I mean, as in India won't ever face that situation unless Shreyas Iyer is out with injury, unless Sky is out with injury. So unless both these guys and Rahul, unless 2 of these 3 guys are injured, I don't think India there'll be need to play Ishan Kishan in the middle order. And with Kohli, I think there's also a counter argument that why fix something that is not broken. Although you can still argue if Kohli is broken or not, whether he's facing spin or pace. If he's facing spin, he's broken. He's facing pace, he looks fine. So
look, it's all fun and games here in the CDC office. Ashwini talks saying under 350. Keep saying this, Ashwini. Want to meet the man. Under 350 says New Zealand are favourites. He's saying Hardik and Washi needs to play smartly here. I agree with you. I think let them just buy their time to the 45th over and then just kind of go gung ho. Is there another batter we have? in the
Shardul
mix?
is there.
Shardul is there.
My fear, is that will these kind of matches make the management think more that they need Shardul at 8 permanently or Deepak Chahar at 8 permanently? Will that make them think along those lines? Because we already saw what Rohit said before the first.
Correct.
ODI
It makes you
that-
think if India are like 150 for 5 instead of 310 for 5,
Yeah.
can they kind of bail their situation
Yeah,
out?
I
relying on a
mean,
number
see,
8?
even in this situation, it's a phase where India are having to rebuild, right?
Yeah.
Because they've lost like 5 wickets and there are still about 9 overs to go. And obviously, if Shardul was not there, and let's be honest, Shardul is not the most reliable of batters, but he still is a much better batter than Shami or Siraj or Bumrah or Umran or whoever, Kuldeep, whoever, right? So yeah, the only thing we have to keep an eye on moving forward, is who plays at number 8. Do India pick the best bowlers, or do they compromise on bowling and pick the guy who can bat more?
That's a very good question for the people watching as well. Let us know in the comments who India's number 8 should be, given the fact that the World Cup's in India and given the fact that we're really kind of figuring out the best team. Gurkirat, why don't you take that question?
Yeah.
Who do you think should be the number 8 going forward? Is it someone like Sundar? Is it someone like Shardul? What do you feel?
So this is something that we had discussed in the first ODI as well, because
Yeah.
we felt that India had lacked the acceleration towards the end if it not been for Gill. And I said it then that out of two out of Akshar, Sundar, and Shardul will make it to the squad. I don't see all three of them making the squad. Now, if you play Sundar at 8, that basically rules out you playing any other spinner or a wrist spinner, because you'll have one of Jadeja or Akshar at 7.
Correct.
So, that is pretty much going to rule out the wrist spinner. Will India be brave enough to do that? I'm not so sure. The other thing is, if you want to play another,
Conservative move, right? If you play two finger spinners so that you can
Or
extend
probably
your
another batter. Yeah.
extend your batting, it's a more conservative.
That's
move.
like what we saw in the World Cup, literally, right? With Ashwin,
Yeah.
Akshar.
Brave is what I think probably India did in the 2019 World Cup for the first 6-7 matches, where
Yeah.
they played both
Mm,
Kunja
yeah.
and kind of Bhuvi was batting at 8.
Yeah.
So,
but come the semi-finals, it was it was Ravindra Jadeja who was batting at 8.
yeah, because it was it was.
I think
I
that
don't know if it was a knee-jerk reaction, but I mean, it was certainly a knee-jerk reaction to drop Kedar Jadhav and play DK out of position.
yeah.
I mean,
And Pant
you know
also
that
out of position.
That England loss meant that India had dropped Kuldeep.
yeah,
I think they had actually dropped Chahal for the Sri Lanka game. They wanted to have a face-off. I think Chahal played in one game and Kuldeep played in another. And then come the semis, they played Chahal and they went ahead with Jadeja at 7,
Yeah.
Jadeja at 8, and I think the India only had 5 bowlers in that game, because at number 6, Dinesh
Karthik
Karthik was
was there.
slotted, if I'm not wrong. So India had
but
only 5
not
bowlers.
goal in the tournament at all, I guess. So
Yeah, Jadhav was not. I mean, we thought that he's going to be used, but he
Yeah.
wasn't used that much.
So coming back to that point, it's basically either way you have it. Oh, Sundar has.
Oh, I think he's going to get away with
H1
this.
and
No, he
he
isn't.
is-
He isn't. So Sundar's gone as well, and Blair Tickner celebrating like literally as he's in a bloody rock concert.
So-
313 for 6, 42.2. We'll take this opportunity right now just to look back at what's been a truly fascinating opening partnership for India, and that came in the form of Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma. We have a stats carousel which we'd like to show you guys. So let's just kind of take you through some numbers right now. We'll start with, of course, what do we have, Shauna? Show us the first graphic, because we can do it in whichever order you suggest, my friend. But there is some fascinating numbers. Now, I was hinting at Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill. Let's, of course, take that one from Rohit Sharma first, because it tells us that it is his second fastest 100. Correction at the top of the, when I kind of came back and said the fastest. The fastest was 82 versus England in 2018. But it's going to also show us that Rohit Sharma has kind of showing this intent, Anirudh, in the last couple of ODIs.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it in the first session. I spoke about it in, at least 3 matches ago, and how he has basically ditched his old ODI template and he's taken on a new template. And Rohit himself came forward and said it, clearing all doubts that he's kind of, consciously taking on the bowlers.
Correct. Gurkinath, you come in here as well. The fact that Rohit Sharma looked really pleasing to watch today, do you think it's one of his uh, kind of, I don't know what's the right word,
Better knock.
the most well-oiled knock that we've seen in a while?
Uh, I'm not so sure. I don't think he did anything differently um, in the Sri Lanka series or the two matches before before this one, because he was batting well. This 100 was bound to come at some point of time, and I said it while he was batting well, that given the kind of conditions and the pitch and given the kind of conditions ground and the kind of form he was in, he just needed a little bit of luck today to get over that 100 run mark. And when he miscued that one from Darren Mitchell, the ball cleared the fielder. Everyone thought that he's gone. So sometimes as a batter, you do need that luck even when you are batting well. And I thought, he had that luck today. I was disappointed that he did not, get over the 150 mark, because at this ground, it should have been quite easy for him, especially given the way how he was batting today. And now that we are talking about the openers, uh, it
Let's move
is
on
it
to
is
Shubman Gill because we'll show you again his graphic right now because he's of course level with Babar Azam in terms of conquering three-match series and how many runs he actually compose in one of them. Look at what Shubman Gill's done today. By of course registering 112 in this final ODI at Indore. We saw Babar Azam have a rollicking series against West Indies in 2016 at home. Shubman Gill 360 exactly this time around against New Zealand. There's also Imran Qais, but again, Bangladesh and Zimbabwe really don't count those, but no, jokes apart, him Quinton de Kock had a
It's just
sublime one.
unlucky that Gill had only 108 to chase in the second match. Otherwise, he would have smashed this record.
You
for
would have
sure.
smashed this out
Because
of
he
the park.
was unbeaten on 40 odd, I guess, in the previous match.
Yep.
So
And sometimes it makes you think about, like, Shubman Gill and if he's actually in the purplest of forms right now, or is it the best yet to come?
I mean, it's hard to say the best is
Is this
I
him
think the
versus?
best is yet to come.
best
I think
might
the
be.
best is yet to come, because his real quality as a batter is going to show up on pitches which are difficult for batting. I keep going back to this example, but in the 2021 IPL, there was a clear difference in the class of Shubman Gill and the other batters when KKR were playing in Sharjah. Now,
Yeah.
Sharjah is not an ideal T20 pitch. I think all of us can agree to that. But on those pitches, to score a 50 at a strike rate of 130 requires you uh, requires you to have a lot of batting skills. Requires you to time the ball really well, uh, because the pitch has nothing to offer you as a batter. The ball is coming the next day after pitching. So I keep going back to this. I think his real quality is going to come out when India are probably going to play on pitches which will have a little bit of help for the bowlers.
Hmm.
Maybe a pitch where the power score is somewhere around 270 to 80. That is where I think we will understand and realize that what is the quality that Shubman Gill has. It's good that he's scored a century today at a strike rate of 140, because not every day you see that when Rohit's on song you are able to outscore him. If you're able to outscore Rohit uh, in an ODI game, you've really batted well. So I think what we might what one box that we can tick off is that in ODIs, when required, yes, Shubman Gill can change his gears and can bat at a higher strike rate, but I still think that where he'll be a big differential as opposed to a lot of other players is when India play on difficult batting pitches.
Okay, let's see how that, of course, unravels with time. But so far, so good from Shubman Gill. The last piece of information we want to show just before we kind of talk about other things right now on the CDC Watch Along is this bit of information. Shanak, if you can just showcase that last graphic, my friend, and talk about them together. Now, we spoke about them individually. Are we seeing another great ODI partnership for India in terms of just both run makers? We've seen Rohit and Dhawan for the longest time. We saw, of course, Ganguly, Tendulkar way back in the day. But these two are turning out to be special, right, Aliva?
I mean, we'll have to see first of all how long this partnership lasts. Maybe it's a good chance that it could be only till the 2023 World Cup, and
Maybe.
after that. But if, of course, if India do end up winning the World Cup, then it's. I mean, it's a perfect pair for all that matters, because they have been together for like 9 months and then they win the World Cup and then they get dismantled. I mean, that's a that's some achievement to have, you know,
No,
if
absolutely.
that
But I
happens.
think all the signs for India point in the right
Uh,
direction with Rohit and Gill, and I really don't think there's anyone kind of going to topple them in the ODI World Cup. Just to wrap up,
Modern
Gurkirat,
had a
how did
good
you
shout.
kind of rate this partnership? Because we saw all the records over there, and they went to the top five in terms of Indian opening partnerships in ODIs. How much did you enjoy that partnership out there today?
Oh, I loved it. I think usually you say two batters complement each other when they are of different handedness, maybe a left hander and a right hander. But if you look at it, this partnership, both of them do very well against pace bowling and bounce, pace and bounce. I think
Yeah,
if someone out there who can match someone like Rohit Sharma, pull for pull, it could actually be Shubman Gill, given how well he plays pace.
correct.
The other thing that I like about this partnership is that Gill plays left arm spin quite well as well, as we saw today, and I don't think he's been dismissed to Santner in this series. And if I'm not wrong, I don't think he got out to a spinner even in the Sri Lanka series. He was playing Hasaranga quite well, which is where I think he can also help Rohit settle down and not take the necessary or the required risk against a left arm spinner, or a wrist spinner, a bowling type against which Rohit can sometimes struggle against. So I
Yeah,
think that way this pair of Rohit and Shubman is quite sorted. And then Rohit knows a little a thing or two about how to construct ODI innings as well. And we have seen with the way that these two have batted. I mean, this was their fifth 50 plus partnership in 6 innings, and I think they've already had three 300 run partnerships. So both of them, when Shubman is probably getting stuck or not scoring runs at a good pace, there's someone like Rohit at the other end who can tell him that there's enough time in ODIs for him to maybe play out a phase where he's struggling and then attack. Something what Shubman did in the first ODI when he was 22 of 35. So I think this is a very good pair with both experience and skill on offer, and in most conditions they should do well, unless of course when the ball's really swinging a lot, where I think someone like Rohit struggles against the outswinger and someone like Gill struggles against the in-swinger. That is where maybe at a point of time both of them could be exposed. But what I think what Gill has done well in this ODI series is this: he's taken a leg stump guard when he's seen that Pacers have tried to attack his pads, or attack the middle stump with the ball coming in. So he's primarily taken out that LBW mode of dismissal by
Oh,
the left leg stump guard, and I think
no,
that
absolutely. I think the fact that they complement each other really well, like you touched upon, the fact that it's skill and experience, and Gill always needs someone to kind of have him in his ear, despite him kind of going playing kamikaze cricket like we saw him. He thrived with Dhawan last year in terms of opening the batting with him, and now with Rohit, it's only got better. Guys, let's come back to the present right now. And talk to me about how much India are going to get, because 321 for 644 overs gone. Vivek Singh saying India need Jadeja badly in one day internationals. Do we really? I
I'm
think
not
so. I think
I'm
so. I don't know about you guys.
Uh,
Or do you think Akshar is filling that void? Sundar is filling that
I
void?
mean, the thing about Jadeja is that since he's turned into an exceptional batter, he's not played too many ODIs.
Yeah.
So if the current version of Jadeja plays for India in ODI cricket, that will like take their batting to a whole new level. But I also think that Jadeja, the bowler in white ball cricket, is not that valuable. I mean, he's probably a better batter now than he's a bowler in limited overs cricket at least.
But Jadeja
Right
won't
now,
play that World Cup. Do you think Jadeja won't play the World Cup for India? We're talking about the best fielder in the country not
he,
being part of the lineup.
he will play. Of course, there's no
no, he'll
doubt.
he'll be in the squad. He'll be in the squad, but
I don't
you
know
know
if he's needed
the
for
the
India.
point that you mentioned about Jadeja's fielding. I mean, the last World Cup in 2019, Jadeja I think only played 2 games, and India used him as a fielder quite a lot. We are
Yeah, and
still
the fact that
yeah.
they kept getting the highest runs net saved, all of that kind of data was nuts.
So
No,
also I don't think we are still there where selections are happening on the basis of fielding. Fielding is important, but it still will always I feel it will always be a secondary skill as opposed to a primary skill, which are batting and bowling. So
Unless you're
he adds a lot of value.
unless
unless you're
you're
Imran but from Pakistan and people are.
So
this thing.
he still adds a lot of value with the bat, but like Anirudh mentioned, even I am skeptical about his bowling. The other thing about his batting is how will he play spin? Because in limited
No, but
overs,
we say that as if he genuinely can't. He'll figure a way out,
I mean,
lads.
if he bats at number 7, I don't think he'll be here to.
Yeah, and you don't have to
Face
face that, but unless you're like 112 for 5, 28 overs gone, and he'll tackle away. I mean, even in that 2019 semi-final, Santner was kind of spinning it, and Dhoni was
Well,
just.
I mean, that is a once in a lifetime now. You can't take that
you
2019.
can't expect him to replicate that
But not
every.
just that, right? Like, I'm guessing like he's still grown up with the tracks of Saurashtra. He'll know how to play spin. Maybe he's getting
Yeah, of course.
sussed out.
I mean, it's about
He's
just
come
if he
back
can be
rejuvenated. He might be a
aggressive,
completely
because,
different character.
I mean, again, like you're talking about maybe what Jadeja was a few years ago versus now. As in, even Kohli was once a like great player of spin, but just because he was once a great player of spin doesn't mean that he can actively take down spin right now. And even
True.
today, we saw how much he.
But that works
struggled
vice versa as well.
against
What a
Santner
shot that
and,
is, by the way. That is just a tennis forehand over long off for
taking the lead
6.
out of Steve Smith.
So
That's an
in the 2021, let me take your mind back. I think maybe 15, 16 months back in 2021 World Cup opener, India actually promoted Jadeja ahead of Hardik to hit spin.
Correct.
Against the likes of Shadab, but he
Correct.
ended up with a 12 ball 12 or a 13 ball 13, if I'm not wrong. So Jadeja's issues against spin have now been highlighted more. It's obvious that he struggles more, but at the same time, he's become a very good batter against pace bowling, and that's evident not only in limited overs, but it's also evident when he
But
scores.
apart from Shreyas Iyer, who else plays spin impeccably well in our team?
I mean, I think you can
Shuman Gill
confidently
plays it well.
do an extent.
Shuman Gill plays it well.
Hardik
I
played
think
well.
KL Rahul does it well too.
Does Hardik play it well?
Hardik plays finger spin and wrist spin well. I think against left arm spin he gets stuck.
No, but I just generally feel there'll always be like a butt for a player, a weakness.
What is happening? Why is everyone standing curiously? Is there any
I have
milestone that
no idea.
you're not aware of?
Let's take one from the fans who addresses this one to Gurkirat. He says, Santosh Mohan Fukan, that is, why middle orders fail despite having great opening partnerships? Is there a reason of momentum that they may go with the same flow as openers do? It's a good question.
See, obviously, I think
Answered it also, to be fair, right?
no. There are other factors as well. The pitch going slower. Sometimes the pitch actually gets slower.
The ball getting older.
The ball gets older. And today, India's number 3 and number 4. When Virat came on, they straight away brought on Santner, and even Kishan was struggling against spin against Bracewell as well. So that takes out the momentum a little bit. And sometimes when you have the pressure of scoring quickly from the word go, it can become difficult, especially when you are
And,
matched up with the kind of bowling that is not favorable to you. Uh,
and
so
openers
maybe
in open cricket get 10 overs of field restrictions to exploit, and that is not the case with.
No, but like sometimes, like I guess Santosh's question is like, for example, India were like 200 and whatever, none, like 202 for none today with 28 overs gone. And we're all thinking, oh, let's go for 500, guys. Let's go for 450. Let's go. By the way, Hardik's playing some
Yeah, Hardik's playing a
gems.
gem,
Oh,
and
that's a gem in
that's
terms
a
of
cricket
fielding.
all over. And
But
yeah,
basically, the fact that why can't teams go on to score 470, 500, I'm guessing, once they're already set 225 euros,
just I think the momentum is very hard to.
replicate.
Yeah, it is very hard to keep the momentum up for the entire innings, and every player won't be in the same touch as the two openers are, for instance, and there is more pressure on whoever is coming into bat to maintain and
But does
replicate
the
the same.
opposition also think like that? Like, say they got Rohit out today, New Zealand. Did they think that, okay, fine, now it's our chance just to plug things back, which they did beautifully?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
it's
momentum.
Yeah,
It's a momentum
momentum.
breaker.
It's a
Any
momentum
wicket
breaker.
is a momentum breaker, and you get a new batter. The new batter might not be in either good form, or they might be playing for some other personal, to achieve something else personally. Like in case of Surya or Kishan, both had points to prove, and there might be more pressure on them. And we just saw how disgusted Surya was with himself after he chipped that ball to long on. I mean, he knew that he
He knew
had
that.
missed another opportunity to
Huge
impress in the
opportunity.
ODI format. So there's a lot of factors
There's
at
a
play.
lot of factors.
So and like you said, it's not just in this match we're seeing. It happens about what 95 out of 100 times
In ODI
where
cricket, yeah, for
you
sure.
get a great start and then more often than not you don't keep up with the start and you kind of
No.
fall off unless probably you're England. You're on the
It's
Yeah, I just remember that
it's
whole.
one thing to score at a run rate of 10 for 20 overs wherein you have 6 overs of field restrictions, and it's
Exactly.
completely another to score at a run rate of 9 for 25 overs without any field restrictions. It's something which is not easy, and it's something which is not as sustainable as what many think. So India's
Correct.
best chance
Even
to
if you're
score,
England, even if you're England, right?
yeah, and see, with all due respect, England scored that 490 against Netherlands. Okay,
yeah,
so you also have to factor in that. And when you want your team to score a 450, you want one of your openers to put in a 150 plus score. Without
Yeah.
that, it is always difficult. I mean, it's never going to be easy for the incoming batter to just come in and straight away hit the ball like how the settled pair was doing. So I think, however, everything said and done, India should be disappointed if they don't score 400 today because, like I said, they were 243 for two at the end of 30 over mark, and the blame for that should come on the shoulders of Kohli, Kishan, Sky, and maybe even Sundar. Yeah, these four should be
But why Kohli?
because he
because
didn't
see
stick on
his
and
role.
No, but he came on. I mean, Ishan Kishan really got him into the pickle because his first 15 balls he lit 5.
Yeah,
he
I'm not
didn't.
saying. For what I'm saying is that Kohli's role has always been to finish strong. Like he was
To
batting well,
finish strong, but like I just think that he was. I think Kishan just bogged him down.
no,
I
Too fast.
see,
mean, probably the guy who can take the most blame is Sky because he was not run out like Kishan, nor did he score like 38 of 26
No, but
or whatever like
but
Kohli. So
but
Sky is tailor made for these kind of
but how much
situations,
did
right?
Sky score?
What 15, 16? I'm not sure how much is
yeah,
Sky
less than
score.
20, less than
Yeah,
20.
something like that. So
But he didn't occupy the balls in the
yeah,
time
but
that
but
Kishan
this is
did.
what
Right?
I cricket. Right? When Sky got out,
See,
there was still
this is
19
why this
overs.
is why.
Yeah.
Sorry, Anirudh, you go, then I'll speak.
When Sky got dismissed, there was still what 18, 19 overs left.
Yeah.
So when Sky is
No.
auditioning, at least 15 overs left.
No, he walked in the 15th. I mean, when 15 overs left.
Okay, fair enough. There were 15 overs still. There were 90 balls left.
Correct.
So when you're auditioning for a place in the World Cup squad,
Yeah.
this is a tailor-made situation, a small ground, very weak bowling attack,
Yeah.
flat pitch.
They already have their backs
Platform
against the
already
wall.
set.
Yeah.
You're already 250 for two with 15 overs left, and you have a reputation for taking the game away from the opposition. You have a reputation for six hitting. You have a reputation for being this guy who can start in sixth
And
gear
plus,
from the
imagine
word go.
Shreyas Iyer with his back injury will be watching this thing. Okay, no threat.
Yeah,
from that
exactly.
position.
And
Nothing to worry about.
it's just that in this kind of situation, Sky failing is a bit more. It'll sting a bit more for him personally because if you were to ask him to pick a situation to walk into bat, pick a ground, pick an opponent, pick anything, he would choose exactly this. And you know, it's not fair to read too much into his failure today
Yeah.
or in the last 2 3 matches. But the fact that he's accumulated now 8 9 scores of lower 30 or lower,
It's
while
shocking.
he's again got starts, mini starts, thrown his wicket away, looked really good, thrown his wicket away. Then people start talking about whether he has the temperament to play ODI cricket, especially when the guys he's trying to challenge are KL Rahul and Shreyas Iyer, and I won't say Kohli because Kohli's spot is secure, but yeah, KL Rahul and Shreyas Iyer, who probably are not as explosive as Sky in the ODI
Correct.
format, but they have incredible consistency.
Correct.
And
And it's like
Also,
doing that. Sky,
also,
I
I
mean,
think
today.
I think this is why people need to understand why averages are important, and they're not only important in ODI cricket but also in T20 cricket. I
Yeah.
mean, sure, you can have a strike rate of 180,
So what
190,
what
but
is Sky's ODI average now after this session?
I'll have to check. I'll just check that.
20s, I
But
guess, or late 20s, like one of the two.
but
Oh,
I
Vikram.
am trying to make a larger point, which is that people need to understand that why averages are also important in limited overs. It is not just about slam bang cricket and just scoring at a higher strike rate. It's something. It's an argument that I even make for Prithvi Shaw, that he needs to have a minimum average of 30. You can have a strike rate of 160, 170, but if you're not going to cross 25 on an
Yeah.
average, then you'll still not be helping your team
Because
as
it
much as.
comes down to that old saying, right? That runs is the ultimate currency.
Especially in ODIs. I mean,
In ODIs for sure.
T20s at least you can have a very niche role and get away with it. In ODIs, you can't have a niche role because it's 50 overs and it's basically, more than.
Oh, shot, Hardik. He's in
Yeah.
full flow now. He's in overdrive and 358 for 6, 47.1. Let us know in the comments below, by the way, how much India is going to score. They can actually still breach 400, funnily enough. The way that New Zealand's attack has looked today, it's been toothless, some would say, even though they've got 6 wickets.
And again, also a missed opportunity for Washington Sundar also.
Oh, yes.
Because,
Oh, yes.
again, Sundar is in that kind of space right now where he also needs to impress in every opportunity he gets.
Yeah.
Because let's say if Jadeja is injured for the World Cup or something,
Shot.
or if Akshar is injured or whatever,
So
then Sundar makes himself the number one after them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if Sundar has, he proves himself with the bat and has great numbers with the ball, then you can make a case that Sundar should be the second spinner ahead of Kuldeep. I mean, I'm not saying that
No,
should be the
100%.
case, but
But like,
he can make a case
But
for that.
today with the Batman, he was maybe just missed out. But like in the last couple of ODIs, he's done fairly
Of
well.
course, I mean, he did exceptionally well in the
At
New Zealand series.
as well, yeah.
I think in the West
South
Indies
Africa.
series at home,
South Africa at home.
he scored a 80 odd something. I think in the last year when Prasida was tearing it up in that series.
Correct.
But like I said, Sundar is in such a spot right now that basically every knock he plays, he has to impress because
He has to.
impress because he's not a lock and he's challenging for a spot which has players like
Akshar and
Akshar and Jadeja, and also if you are to push Kuldeep out of the 11, and Kuldeep we know brings an X factor that Sundar does not,
Yeah.
you have to just put up numbers that make you undroppable.
Correct.
So in that case, again,
Which is why today's bowling performance is going to be very important for. I think today is going to be a sort of a.
And
Sundar especially because Kuldeep is the incumbent.
Today is going to be a face off between all the three spinners because it's a very very difficult ground and pitch to bowl at.
correct. Considering will this be the first and last match of Kulcha together? Sahil Nagdev says.
First of all, I don't think both of them will make the squad. Only one of them will
For
make
which?
the World Cup squad. I
Okay.
think.
World Cup.
I agree,
So-
100%.
So I think there's a good chance that Kulcha might not play again together, unless we're looking at some ODI series where the series is already won again, and there's a third match you want to experiment or something. Then
Yeah, and let's see. I mean, imagine they run right. Talking about running right.
It is a six.
It's a 6. I mean, it's a small
Joke
ground.
that
This
as a
indoor.
six, but
367 for 6 now, 47.5. India are literally 33 away from 400 in an ODI, believe it or not, and it is indoor. Hardik's 42 34, Shardul's 25 16. Even Shardul's kind of auditioning with the bat right now,
yeah,
I feel.
props to Shardul.
Props to Shardul
he's
for sure.
taken his opportunity with both hands in the series, taking that wicket of Michael
Oh
Bracewell,
my
and now
god.
he's absolutely pumped.
And you know the funny thing
New
is,
Zealand
Shardul
with the
and Hardik, by all likelihood, will open the bowling for India. Think about it today.
Oh yes. Oh wow. He's
Oh,
gone.
we've jinxed it. We've jinxed
But
it.
I mean,
But he's done his
25,
job.
17,
He's done his job.
Yeah.
367 for 7.
When Shardul
2
walked
overs left.
when Shardul walked into bat, India still had to face 8 overs.
True.
And he's faced 6 overs, and he scored 25 of 17, and you can't ask for more from a number 8,
Can't ask for more.
right?
Gary
So-
says no. I agree with Gary. I agree with all you guys. By the way, like and subscribe to our channel. Tell a friend. Tell absolutely everyone around you. Cricket.com is a place to be. And there's lots going on our app and our website, so check it out. Sorry, go on.
And one more thing, which will again be a very curious thing to be looked at in the next 6-7 months is how Kuldeep's batting holds up. Also, I mean,
Yeah.
we know that Kuldeep is someone who can probably stick around for 50-60 balls. If you need 80 of 15 overs with 4 wickets in hand, and there is one recognized batter at the other end, Kuldeep is the kind of guy who you would expect to face
Agree.
30
Maybe
40
not
balls,
15 overs, 20
score
overs. Yeah.
20 runs, and support the other batter.
But what do you expect Kuldeep to
If
actually
he
do, though?
continues growing as a batter, if he continues improving as a batter, then there is no reason why India can't play him in the Bhuvneshwar Kumar role at number 8.
For sure.
And that,
But do you think he himself will recognize this?
of course, I mean, he I think he said in an interview a few months ago that he sees himself as an all-rounder. So he definitely is looking forward to.
Oh, is that 6 more? You bet it
Joke.
is.
That's a
You
joke.
bet it is.
And so
Hardik is on 48 now,
If-
35.
if Kuldeep's batting improves, then you're looking at a situation where it opens the avenue for India to field three proper pacers and
Yeah.
not pick Shardul as their number
Correct.
8 just to add some.
And you
batting
can have
depth.
Jadeja and Sundar and Kuldeep.
What? Yeah, Jadeja and Sundar and Kuldeep is not possible, obviously. Then you have to drop one pacer. But depending on the conditions, yeah. why
Yeah,
not?
for sure. Ashwini goes on to ask Gurkiraj, you take this because you've been quiet for a while. Dissect Hardik's batting in the past few months, please. Is he becoming the anchor sort of batter?
Oh, hammered, but what the hell?
And it's
like,
50 on that note for Hardik Pandya.
feels like he's in a water park, just sliding like.
Hardik 50 of 36, and it's a perfect time, Gurkiraj, for you to tell us about Hardik the batter and how he's become an anchor more than the basher that we saw him first.
Yeah, it's something that I've been mentioning before as well. That he's now become more of a. Earlier, he used to be an all-rounder whose role was to just come out and hit from ball one. But I think now he's become more reliable as a batter. But that has also happened because of his hitting against pace coming down. Teams have found out how to bowl to him. In ODI cricket, I still think he's very valuable, as we saw, because in ODI cricket, you have enough time to change the gears and sometimes play that anchor role. He batted very well against Sri Lanka as well in that second ODI in Kolkata, where India had a mini collapse. They were four
Yeah.
down under 100. But I still think, in T20s where he will have to finish a lot more games and probably with lesser number of balls to get himself in, he could be in a difficult spot of bother. Today, he's also faced a lot of balls in his half, which has helped him, and the boundary dimensions have also allowed him to take those greater risks. He's also very smart. I mean, you look back at his innings in Adelaide
Oh,
in that.
now, has he found the fielder? He has, unfortunately, but it's been a terrific knock from Hardik Pandya, 54 of 30. Sorry to cut you off, Gurkiraj, but just, it wasn't there for another glorious shot. But look, at the end of the day, I just want to pick your brain about the 2011 World Cup and how we relied on one particular man in Yuvraj Singh. Can Hardik Pandya kind of take that little mantle, or do you think it'll be someone else? Because look, we're going to be relying him with the ball in hand, with the bat in hand, expecting him to finish games off, expecting us to consolidate and bring us into crisis scenarios. Surely he's the go-to guy, bro.
Uh, I think India already relied that on with Hardik in the previous World Cup, because the pace of the pitches and the pitches were such that Hardik could have been the fifth bowler. And I think for a majority of games that India played in that World Cup, he actually bowled out his quota of overs. He was consistently
Right.
bowling 9 to 10 overs. So India actually relied with that role on him. But I don't think in this World Cup that would be the case because of the pitches. A seam bowling all rounder will not be, I think, as useful as a spin bowling all rounder, given the pitches that India are going to play at. Maybe he also what worries what worries me with respect to Hardik's bowling is that sometimes he gets carried away with the tendency to bowl short, as we saw in
Yeah.
that first ODI in Hyderabad. And on pitches like Wankhede or Eden, where he might get purchased while by going short, it's also a very high risk strategy because boundaries are small and the ball can actually travel. There is no doubt that he will obviously give India the balance, but can India rely him to do the same role as what Yuvraj did in 2011? I think that's difficult because Yuvraj was also consistently bowling 10 overs, and I don't think India want Hardik to bowl 10 overs game in and game out.
Okay. What do you think?
About Hardik.
Because he'll be super important from an all-rounder perspective. He'll be that balance between, of course, the top five batters and the rest of the bowlers. And I think everyone will be looking at him, be like, listen, he'll need to bail us out of certain scenarios. It won't be these kind of decks, I'm guessing, where India kind of already sitting pretty. There will be times where he'll have to, I don't know, there'll be a situation where 111 for 5, and you're looking at Hardik Pandya in a semi-final of the World Cup. Can he stand up and deliver? Do a Ben Stokes, do a UV.
I think he can. I mean, he's shown enough with the bat in hand in the last 18 months to suggest that he's leveled up as a batter, he's upskilled as a batter, and he's probably now he will get into any team in the world right now as a specialist batter. His batting has gone up a notch. The only question you have to ask is, against the quality bowling lineup, is Hardik capable of chasing 18 8 overs right now against a very good pace attack which has proper plans and stuff against him? And
Yeah, your question mark's still there.
that's the only question I think right now of Hardik, whether, and obviously his bowling will always be susceptible, like we saw in the first ODI
Yeah.
where he conceded about 63 of 64 of 6 overs or something like that.
But
So-
say there's 17 games India play in the World Cup.
I mean, he'll be.
Do you think he
of
can
course.
what? Would you take it if he bowls 3 out of those 7 games, his full quota of 10?
I don't think he'll be needed to, but
bowl that
yeah,
many.
I don't think he'll be needed to bowl his full quota of overs unless if
One bowler is
if
having
India
a
need
non-issue
Hardik
day.
to bowl his full quota of overs in 3 overs, it means that something has terribly gone wrong with one of the specialist bowlers. So India won't need that. But again, playing Hardik as a specialist seamer, I mean not a specialist seamer, as the third seamer, opens up other options.
Oh, for
But
sure.
then again, the question is that how much do India, the management, trust Hardik's bowling? Do they trust it
No,
enough
I think they
for
do.
them to pick him as a third seamer?
Yeah.
Probably not yet. If he can, if he has a crazy run from this match, from this point till the start of the World Cup, where he's putting up ridiculous numbers with the ball and he's taking a lot of wickets, containing runs, and just showing that he's even leveled up as a bowler as well, then I don't see a reason why he can't be picked as a third.
But he
seamer,
hasn't shown that yet.
But right now, I would not pick Hardik as a third seamer.
Okay, let's see how Hardik Pandya trotters along, because in ODIs, sometimes I feel he's far more valuable than in T20s. But look, that's where we'll leave it with him.
And finally, we're coming to
383
the last
for
3
8.
balls. It's been a long time.
49.3. So we called correctly at the start. I mean, before the 10th over mark, we were saying 385, 390 there and thereabouts. Interesting question. How do you start bowling today? Do you give Umran and Shardul or Umran and Hardik, or a surprising move by Washi in the power play? I think it'll be Shardul and Hardik.
Yeah, I agree. I think
it'll be
Shardul
Shardul and
Hardik,
Hardik. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Imran Malik bowl.
Exactly. If there's one match where you can experiment with Umran
There's
in
runs in the
the
bank.
power play, this one is the game, because we know that he's been used as an enforcer all as well. But
True.
the series is already won. You have nearly 400 on the board. Even if Umran goes for 100 of his 10 overs, who cares?
Yeah,
honestly.
that's true. I mean, it'll be interesting to see Washi bowls in the power play, but just to throw the bait to New Zealand, but I don't think they'll do that. So 385 for 8, 49.5. Just before we go after this ball, we'll just talk about the Test 11 of the year, the ODI 11 of the year, and the T20 11 of the year that ICC announced. And
That
then
we
we
can
just,
probably do second innings.
or we
have a lot
can
of
do
time.
the
We have
second
10
innings,
overs,
more time, and Akash is also probably on board. But so far, so good for India. 385 for 8, 49.5. It's looking like a 3-0 whitewash this. But look, we saw Michael Bracewell the other day pull off something crazy from 131 for 6. So you never know.
Oh,
And India kind of end proceedings at 385 itself for 9. 50 overs gone. So Kuldeep run out in the end. And India, well, they have, of course, yet again posted a score of 350 plus in the last 4 out of 5 one-day internationals. 386 for New Zealand to win. Boys, just a quick word. Do you think India will win this comprehensively, or do you think we can expect a great game?
I think India will win this comp. I mean, it's a very difficult for me to, trust New Zealand to make a match out of it after seeing what they did in the first 2 matches. I'm including first 2 matches because they were 131 for 6 in the first match, and Bracewell played once in a lifetime, not twice in a lifetime.
Yeah, twice in a lifetime,
not.
Lightning
Last
strike
match
twice.
again, they were like what, 15 for 5, and then Bracewell again played like a good 25, scored a good 25.
So, in short, do you think New Zealand?
In
is
short,
gonna
I think New Zealand, there's a good chance that this might be a hammering.
a hammering?
Hopefully, for New Zealand's sake, they don't get embarrassed like Sri Lanka did in that third ODI where India registered the biggest win in ODI history.
Bro, I hope something like that happens
But I hope-
tonight.
But I hope New Zealand make a match out of it. Because
No. I'll tell you
we
what.
only have one.
I think
So,
I
but
think-
now go home early.
I think given the conditions and the pitch and the Indian bowling attack particularly with no Siraj and Shami.
Would you
New
like to
Zealand
see New Zealand win it?
I
Sorry?
won't mind.
Would you like to see New Zealand
I
win
won't
this?
mind it. I mean, it's fine. If New Zealand win it, at least we would have had
If
one
New Zealand win
competitive
it,
match.
is it the highest run chase ever?
No. Oh, come on,
Apart from South Africa, Australia?
come on.
Against India, yes.
Against
Against
India,
India, it
yeah.
would be the highest chase.
Rajkot,
But I think if New Zealand chase this, then India would be clear as to which one bowler they are not going to rely on in ODIs anymore. Because for New Zealand to chase it, one bowler will have to have a very bad day, very
Yeah.
bad day. Uh, and I think Indian bowling is not the greatest today, especially with Siraj and Shami not playing. Most importantly, with Siraj not playing, because Shami is gone for runs in difficult situations. Having said that, New Zealand, if they are smart today, they do have a chance, because small boundaries and they can really put the spinners and Shardul under pressure. And I think only Umran's the one who could be a real differentiator. But apart from
even
that,
even
all of
even
them
Umrah, if
today.
if we give a bit of width or whatever, right? New Zealand can just close their eyes and slash the ball because it will go for six.
Hmm.
Unless Umran gets them bold, or even if he hurries the batters to pace, there's a good chance that it might go for six because
Correct.
of
Small
how
boundaries.
small the boundaries are. But yeah, stump to stump is probably Umran's aim, and let's see.
So let's see how it goes. Vaishali Maheshwari saying India were cruising in one moment. I think New Zealand did a good job to restrict them below 400.
I think they'll be disappointed with Hardik cameo if
True,
after,
but like in
after,
terms of parity restoring itself out, I think it's
after Sundar's wicket, if New Zealand had doubled down on that wicket, and then
yeah. But then you can say if they didn't get those 6 wickets after the opening partnership, but they did.
yeah, I mean, yeah, as in India
Guys,
will be up 3
I'll join you after in the next innings now.
three
I
wickets.
just
Okay,
have
good.
one question. I just have question that has come to me on Twitter, and I'd like Anirudh to answer this. What is the strike rate of Ishan Kishan in all formats? If we take out the slog sweep out of the equation.
Anirudh Statsman, if you can jump on and just tell us that, and then we'll of course make our way felt again the first over or first 10 overs of the second innings. Statsman Anirudh, if you're here with us, it'll be great if you can just make a quick cameo. Thanks, Gurkirat. We'll see you of course shortly. Yeah, it's a good point because Ishan Kishan loves the bloody slog sweep, and that's his
Yeah,
go-to
yeah.
shot,
Like
and it's his
either
release shot, and it just
or
makes you think
the
about it.
Hoik over mid wicket.
Yeah. But if you guys really appreciated what India did out there, like, subscribe, and of course, I want to of course plug in a new piece of content that we started on our YouTube channel. It's called On This Day. We've done one already with Rahul Dravid when his birthday was earlier this month. We've done one on Hanif Mohammad and how he scored 337, the longest ever innings for Pakistan and in Test cricket actually. So lots to look forward to. I don't know if Statsman Anil is joining us, but
We'll get to it in the second
we
innings.
will, we will.
Definitely.
Or if you can just go quickly tell him, I'll stay here, and then we'll just wrap proceedings. If you can, then you can evade as well. So Anirudh will tell the other Anirudh, but keep your comments coming in, keep your questions coming in. At the end of the day, we're going to be witnessing a huge Indian win, I'm guessing. I also think that it'll be interesting to see how the Indian bowlers go, even though it's inconsequential this match, and we're already a 2-0 unassailable lead. And here we have the statsman Anirudh to tell us about Ishan Kishan's strike rate.
So this is like in internationals or like
ODIs,
all T20s, all T20s and all.
ODIs.
Hello, Akash. And Anirudh is gone here as well.
Okay, so this is for all T20s or internationals or like how like you want a complete T20 limited overs.
Yeah, I mean, across formats, basically T20s and ODIs.
Okay, T20s and ODIs. Ishan Kishan.
But meanwhile, when he fetches that, Hemant saying, what a shame, could have easily been 490. Mate, I was expecting 500 when in India were like 200 for no loss after 25 overs or something, 28 overs. But yeah, it's been thoroughly entertaining to do this watch along once again, where there's plenty of boundaries going about. We'll end with Anirudh and his stat, and then before we come back with more.
Okay, so against the slog sweep, he has an strike rate of 296.7 in T20s. That is all T20s.
No,
But
without the
it's not.
slog sweep, if you take out the slog sweep,
I mean, see, if even if I take out the slog sweep, he has a strike rate of 290.2 against straight drive and 196.3 against pull shot and another 274 when he's slogging on the onside. So sweep shot also he has a strike rate of 173. So basically he plays well to all kind of shots. It's not that, like, apart from that there's nothing to differentiate actually.
Okay, I mean, if looking at you're watching this, that was to you and your fan question on Twitter. But thanks, Annie. Annie, the Statsman will be back with you for much more in the second innings. Right. So then, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we will take a small little breather. We'll be back with lots more, including the ICC ODI Team of the Year, the ICC ODI Test Team of the Year, and of course, the ICC T20 International Team of the Year. We'll discuss it with the boys because the ICC have made some slanderous choices. I don't know, unpopular, popular. Let us know in the comments below. We'll be back in what, half an hour, 5:45, 5:50, then thereabouts. So keep tuning in to cricket.com. You can check out some of the other content and then be back with us. We're also going to be putting out lots of special pieces this weekend. So subscribe and like this video right now before I quickly go get a coffee. But they're telling me there's some coconut milkshake and samosas as well. I might not dig into that, but I'll see you soon. Cheers.
Guess who got out?
Hello,
No prize
hello.
for
Welcome
guessing.
back to the CDC Watchalong, where, of course, resuming the second innings. I was playing some table tennis upstairs and I just came down because I didn't know that the innings would be just so fast. But look, 3 for 1 already. And Finn Allen was the guy to go. And Hardik Pandya obviously opening the bowling for India today because no Siraj and Shami. But yeah, Akash, what do you make of India's batting, dude? For
Honestly,
5 ODIs in a row, 349 plus totals.
I honestly couldn't watch the last 30 minutes, 40 minutes of this thing.
Was it a joke?
No.
Oh.
I couldn't watch because I was on a
You want a call?
interview call with Karthik.
Yeah,
Mayappan.
Karthik Mayappan.
Yeah.
If you guys know, you know.
He talks. I mean, in the video, he talks a lot about
You got it on video?
RCB.
You got it on video? Oh, great.
RCB, CSK, Virat Kohli, MS Dhoni.
Do
Yeah.
you think he'll ever be acquired by an IPL franchise?
No shot.
So for you guys don't know who Karthik Mayappan is, I know
Of course,
you guys-
everybody. I think they'll know more than
they know.
Yeah.
We have a very smart audience. But that article will come out when
Whenever I get time, guys. Yeah.
It's a feature piece. Well, it'll be good to see what Karthik has in terms of insights. New Zealand 5 for 1, chasing a mammoth 386. India have never conceded 386 in an ODI before, so it'll be interesting to see how they kind of finished the job early. I'm really hoping for an early finish so I can get out of office quickly and just enjoy the rest of the day, right?
Wow.
Who doesn't want to?
This is Avnish for the last 2 ODIs.
For the last 2 ODIs. Okay, let's have a fun exercise right now because I have Akash. You can pick his mind about ICC and their picks for the T20 International 11, the Test 11, and the ODI 11. Shaunak, what do you have for us first? Because we'll react accordingly. You throw up the graphic and then we'll have our say. And then people in the comments below as well can have their say.
Please.
The Test team of the year. Here we go. So we have Usman Khawaja opening the batting with Craig Brathwaite, Manas Labuschagne 1 down, Babar Azam 2, Johnny Best 3, Ben Stokes 4. Rishabh Pant is a wicketkeeper in this 11. And then you have Pat Cummins, Kagisa Rabada, Nathan Lyon, and James Anderson.
Kind of straightforward.
Very straightforward, lots of stalwarts. Any
Yeah.
surprises? If so, who?
I don't think there's any surprises. All of them have played really well,
Yeah,
and there's literally no debate here.
no debate here.
Yeah, because you see, Pat Cummins exceptional. Rabada again, numbers are exceptional, even
True.
though might not pick the. I mean, in India series is very good. So
Yep.
yeah, that's where it comes from. Lion again.
Anyone who's been unlucky to miss out? You feel? Think of Pakistan Test cricketers, South Africa Test cricketers.
No, Pakistan, I don't think. Smith. Smith maybe. Who else is there? From England. From England also no. Harry Brook.
Yeah,
Again,
all,
only one
all
series.
towards
Yeah,
the end
not
of
enough.
it.
Yeah, exactly. So
Okay, so that's the ICC Test Team of the Year according to the ICC. I mean, let us know in the comments below if you guys agree with them or you don't, because it's like Akash said, it's a relatively straightforward pick. Picks those are Craig Brathwaite, happy for him, and Khawaja as well. Let's move
maybe
on.
Ashwin.
Maybe
But
Ashwin.
I mean, if Lion is there again.
Yeah, why would you want 2 spinners? Depending where you're playing. But look, ICC have kind of got that right at least. Let's move on to the second one. Vasant agreeing with us in the comments as well, and with the ICC, of course. What about the ODI Team of the Year then? Do we have the ODI Team of the Year that the ICC has picked out? I know there's 2 Indians. One is Shreyas Iyer and the other is Mohammad Siraj. But Babar Azam will captain this side. And Travis Head will open the batting with him, who of course has been doing some phenomenal work with Warner and ODIs while opening. Shea Hope 1 down. Shreyas Iyer has been obviously India's best cricketer at ODIs in 2022. Sikandar Raza, of course, at 6, but Tom Latham to keep in the side at 5. I would want to see Tom Latham at least show his 2022 form in this 2023 ODI at least. Azari Joseph, Siraj, Bolt, and Zampa. Mehdi Hassan, or was it just a flash in the pan?
I have a lot of confusing picks from ICC. First of all, there's no Gill.
Okay.
I think Gill and Head, perfect combination.
Yeah. And Gill and
why
Head and then
Hope
Babar at
3?
3.
Yeah, Babar at 3. Why Hope? I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, it's quite confusing there. Shreyas Iyer, I think,
At
deserves
4,
it.
yeah. At 5, Tom Latham is.
Yeah.
He had that 100 against India.
Yeah.
He had some other good knocks against, I think, Australia.
Maybe that India knock is so good that they kind of like. Yeah. Again, I mean, I can't see.
Sikandar also I
Cam
understand
Green.
because
I
we
can't
saw it
see
against
Smith.
India.
I can't see Smith. I can't see Cam Green. And Green played really well in the New Zealand
Yeah.
series. So That's my only concern. But Siraj, yeah, definitely. Trent Bolt, yeah, definitely. Adam Zampa, yes. Alzari Joseph, yes. But I mean, yeah, Sikandar Raza had a very good. So it's very tough to ignore him. So probably that could have been the. But having two spinners,
Having two
three
spinners.
spinners, right, with Zampa, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe that's
debatable.
the-
But look, I mean, let us know if you guys agree with that particular
I
team
think
for
Gill
ODIs.
and Head would be.
Yeah,
quite
Gill and
a
Head
good-
would be honestly a good shout. And Gill obviously doing lots of things right in 2022 when it
Gill.
opened with Dhawan, and he's continued that in 2023. Finally, the T20 International 11, and I know there's a couple of Royal Challengers Bangalore candidates in there in terms of Virat Kohli and Hasaranga. Who else do we have? And there you have it. Joss Butler, the captain and wicketkeep and open. Mohammad Rizwan. I mean, why didn't you just give the rest to Rizwan? Butler's a better outfielder, but look.
No. I think.
What is
Oh yeah,
Virat?
Rizwan.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
and then Virat, and then Surya, India's 1 and 2, and then Glenn Phillips at 5. Because look, he had a good World Cup, and I think he's the best person right now, world cricket, who fits this team at number 5.
Not really.
At number 5? Who the other number 5s out there who's tearing it up? Not as much as Glenn Phillips.
That's what I'm trying to think.
So then Sikandar Raza at 6, Hardik Pandya at 7, who also had a good
No, he
couple
didn't
of
have a very good.
not
I
a World
think
Cup,
instead
but
of-
Asia Cup, T20s. He came back into form. He played that Australia series pretty well.
Again, Hardik is quite.
Sam Curran,
slightly,
understandable.
yeah.
Hasaranga, understandable. Harris Rav, understandable.
Josh Little, definitely.
love to see. I love how we put like it's not even an Irish flag. It's just like
You don't.
an
yeah.
Irish symbol over there, which
For
is
Hardik, I
quite ridiculous.
actually there's no Shadab Khan here, so I think maybe instead of Hardik, there could have been Shadab Khan or instead of Glenn Phillips.
But you
and
anyway
put
have.
Hardik
I
there.
mean, you have.
Yeah, but Shadab batted really well,
correct.
right? So it's like if you maybe like put Hardik instead of Glenn Phillips and then put Shadab Khan, probably it would be a better balanced team.
You anyway have Raza who can bowl, Hasaranga who can bowl.
Yeah, I mean
Sikandar, I mean Glenn Phillips. as
everybody can bowl, but the question is like Shadab Khan as a batter also played really well.
Yeah,
So I mean that one knock against South Africa is more. It's probably enough to seal his place because that's a freak kind of a knock. So I
100%.
think for that maybe he could have been ahead of Glenn Phillips.
Look, lots of debates on that one because, like Akash has been alluding to, where is certain players who performed exceedingly well, and we'll leave
There's
it
no
there with
Arshdeep
those
also.
teams. And there's no Arshdeep as well, which is a good shout. But ICC agree or disagree. I don't know. Shadab should be there, says Vasan Narayan. But we'll leave that there in terms of that. Now, 12 for 1, 2.4. We know how brilliant Siraj has been in the power play, but he's not going to be there today. And that means it is going to be Hardik. And Washington Sundar, when we were doing this whole thing, has quietly bowled the second over. Did you see that coming, or did you see Shardul sharing the
No,
new
I
ball?
think I did see that coming because in
And
the
that means
past-
Ogran remains our middle order enforcer.
Yeah.
Middle
Yeah,
over
of course.
enforcer.
They didn't want to like disturb his momentum in kind of like knowing what his role is.
Yeah.
And Washi probably there because if you remember in the 2011 World Cup, India did bowl a lot of Ashwin in the power play.
True.
Be it the Australia game, be it I think against West Indies when they played Chepauk. So they did bowl Ashwin a lot. So maybe they are looking at him in that kind of a manner, say like get 1 or 2 overs in the power play if the ball is spinning. So yeah, that's
And plus, he has a knack of bowling in the power plays and T20s.
yeah, he's used to. Yeah.
So he's used to it. So it's just a no-brainer. Hardik to continue. And
Oh,
is that out?
going
No,
down.
I think it's going down.
Opening partnerships, yes, the big
Opening partnerships, the series.
3 innings, average of 114.7. That's
Wow.
a joke.
Compared to New Zealand's 3
Which is a
innings,
joke.
runs 28 altogether, an average of
9.3.
9.3. I mean, obviously no 50s and 100s to show, but it's just
That's
been
like
contrasting.
what's in 100 and almost 104 better.
Bro, I just don't understand what is
104,
up with
yeah,
this
104
New
runs
Zealand.
better than 105 runs better than.
But would you rather accept where New Zealand are as a cricketing side where they come to these bilaterals and they get mothered?
Not really.
And
They have
in an
fought
ICC
well.
tournament, they do really well.
Yeah, I mean that was 20. Yeah, I guess
It goes back to
2018,
what, 2003, 1999 maybe.
2011, not really.
2011 what was semi-final or quarter-final exit?
Yeah, quarterfinal, right?
Yeah,
Because
quarter-final
2011 was what? Oh,
Catch
and-
that?
Oh, no,
Oh,
no
he's
way.
got enough. He's got one
Nice.
bounce for Devin Conway. So New Zealand
Finally.
trying to, of course, release the shackles. They have to go hard here because these 10 overs, India maximized it. 82 for none they were, by the way, India. And that is apparently the best score in an ODI power play since the 2019 World Cup for India.
Wow.
So
And
that's mad.
2018 was against England.
I think so.
Yeah, that's the high scoring.
Yeah, I think so.
Or was it Pakistan? Pakistan could be, I think.
Or in Manchester. Oh, no, in Asia Cup.
No. I'm talking about the 2019 World Cup.
Oh, 2019 World Cup. Yeah. No, but just since that time
Or
frame, I
Australia.
guess the
Australia
fact
also they. Yeah,
Australia
Australia they
also
battered Australia.
they
Right? in that.
battered them. It's quite ridiculous.
Mm.
But I think honestly, for India to like figure out options going ahead,
Mm.
it's like these kind of matches where they just have to seal the deal, bro. They can't just like
Yeah, that's I mean,
like people like
obviously,
Sundar, people like Umran Malik. who catch
short
that.
for
Conway
it's
doing
indoor, so
Conway
it's not like.
things. 20 for 1. What are you hoping happens? Are you hoping for
I'm hoping for a good fight.
not an early finish?
I mean, early finish we have seen in 2 games. I mean, like,
That's what Anirudh
Okay.
said. He's like ditto saying the same things.
yeah. Either way, I mean, like, if it is a good finish, then we'll be like, oh, we saw it in the first ODI. If it's a bad finish, we'll be like, oh, we saw it in the second ODI. So
Yeah,
we have
exactly.
both best of both worlds, I guess,
And then we have the T20 International Series,
which we are not
which
definitely looking forward to.
we're not looking forward to, but we're
No, I
doing
mean, like,
Watchalong.
Shaw will be there. Yeah, that's the only.
7 p.m. Friday. You can catch us then for the CDC Watchalong. First T20 International. I don't know where it is. Where's the first one? Is it Jaipur? If it's
Okay,
Jaipur, it's going to be very
let's-
cold.
I find it to be most boring instead of forming 11 of the year. Instead, I should be actually forming a world 11 and organizing some kind of series. Yeah. I guess this comes from a very football perspective because in football
True.
they pick the 11 every year.
No, but you
right?
know one rule I'd like to see from the NBA put in the IPL, for example, is the
All-Star.
All-Stars.
Yeah.
That has to
But
happen.
they did try that. I mean, like, they could not implement it because of the COVID, but they did actually had this floating idea where there is.
So how does it work out in the NBA?
So in the NBA, it's
it's
like.
a preseason
So
curtain
earlier-
raiser.
No, it's mid-season.
Okay,
So
it's
earlier,
mid-season.
how it used to work in the NBA was
Mid-season's even worse, right? Because all the
no.
players are
Actually,
needed.
they have like a kind of break that time. So
Okay.
it was like East versus West, and that's how it started. I mean, traditionally, that's how it's been played. But now it's like the best player from East and best player from West, and then they pick their own teams. So
That's
it's
fantastic.
that way.
Gets that. No, he's not going to catch it. One bounce.
And they have no. I think last year they had kind of like targets as well. So like in this quarter, you have to. This is the target, and whichever team gets closer to the target. So it's like all of that stuff. I mean, in the IPL, I think West and South and East and North, something on those
something
lines.
on
Yeah.
those lines. But like
So am
I think it'll
RCB,
certainly be like
CSK.
they should for the IPL they should do it as one game before
Yeah.
the tournament starts.
Yeah.
The champions of the last year versus the IPL All-Stars.
Yeah, I mean that's a good shot. Or even have the All-Star one. I mean,
But
it would be
how
fun.
do you pick All-Star team based on the previous?
See, for
Season.
example, you have to pick All-Star
How
team
do
from
they
say
do
South
it?
and no, that's from top.
West and East.
Yeah, West and East. So say from exactly. Here also the same thing, right? So you have to pick from a team from CSK, RCB, Sunrisers, Mumbai, and one more team.
Who else is there? Mumbai. And will they club KKR with us?
Let's say Gujarat,
Okay.
5 teams.
Yeah.
So if you had to pick a team from these 5 teams,
All of
so
that.
it's going to be straightforward, right? You're going to pick some players who are going to be very straightforward.
Yeah. Yes, Pranav, if schedule permits, I'd love to watch. Pranav Anand going on say things in the comments we're not aware of.
No, I think he talked about the All-Star this thing, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So many leagues with dude, like there's so many. It's quite ridiculous. Like the SA20, then you think about
ILT20.
the BBL and what Steve Smith is doing there. And sometimes you want to watch these games, but you just don't have the time or the mental bandwidth.
Yeah.
And I don't know how fans do it. Like I know IPL happens every summer, so there's a little bit of loyalty, but I don't know how.
I mean, that also used to be a thing.
Yeah, but
Yes,
now,
it's not
now it's
anymore.
just not anymore
Yeah.
as well. Why does the target say 390, guys? It's 386 the target. Sorry for like misleading y'all. Shanak, if you can change
There are
that.
8 tours. Yeah, I mean, very rare.
8 overs, I
We-
think, are just things of the past now. It's sad.
Yeah.
I want it to be much more prominent like how it is, but I guess because there's so much cricket being played, you can't even like shoehorn in a 8 or maybe if India kind of go to England or Australia, then it makes sense.
That's when they have these 8 tours.
Yeah. Apart from that, like
New
I
Zealand,
remember they
South
went to
Africa.
South Africa.
Yeah. And
Oh, what a
beach.
ball that is! What a ball that is! Hardik Pandya liked it.
Even in 2020, they went to New Zealand, so they played a 8 tour.
Yeah.
At the same
By the way,
time.
what are Henry Nicholls' numbers this series? 2 of 20 in the previous one, 8 of 15 now. Oh my god.
Oh,
He's been beaten and wrapped in the pads once, and now he's kind of.
I think
being
he's going to
beaten as
get
well.
out in this over.
And I hope
Trying to
India
clear
get
the
like
ball.
another couple of wickets in the power play because that'll actually bode well for them. They don't have to rely on someone like Siraj. If Bumrah's back in, he opens the bowling, right, with Siraj?
No. I think you'll go with Siraj, Shami, and then Bumrah is the first change.
So Bumrah's basically.
Or like Siraj, Shami, Hardik, and then Bumrah is the first. Whatever. Second change.
Second change. Yeah, because if Bumrah's going to do what Umran Malik's doing for India,
He's going to do the same
he's
thing.
going to do the same
Yeah.
thing, which is.
I don't think Umran and Bumrah will play in the same team because of the reasons.
How
I've
good
said
was
before.
Bumrah in the 2019 ODI World Cup?
It's quite good. Don't you remember the Bangladesh game where he closed out? No, He didn't pick a hat trick, but he closed out the game there. I mean, India were on the verge of losing that game.
Oh,
then
and
Bumrah
plus, like the start, when we played South Africa, I think he was brilliant in that morning in Southampton.
Yeah.
Got Amla.
So he had like.
He got like a lot of these guys out. Yeah, Bumrah is a must need for that ODI World Cup, whatever happens. I know there's lots of cricket. And the sad thing is,
Tuffy.
the next time we
300.
actually see Bumrah play, it'll be for Mumbai. Think about it.
That also, I'm not sure. Given all these
It
the
hasn't
new rules
the
that they
only
have,
cricket
right?
tournament that Bumrah plays in 2023 is the IPL.
Yeah.
So that means no Warren Gavaskar Trophy.
No, we saw that in 2022, right?
Correct. No World Test Championship final if India make it.
Yeah, exactly.
No Asia
2022, same thing. He played just the IPL. He didn't play the Asia Cup.
Really?
He didn't play the T20 World
No,
Cup.
but he played that one-off test.
That's not. I mean, that's a tour. That's it.
Captain the one-off
It's
test.
a tour. That's it. It's not like a tournament, right?
Yeah, I mean, NCA questions to be raised. We should do a video on that actually. Probably interview some of the lads at NCA.
Yeah. Some of the lads, it's like, we get like access to
No,
those lads.
in the sense, like, it'll be interesting to see if they can give
Shami
us
is.
a little bit of access.
Oh, so this is what happened. Shami then walked down and then
Shami is advising his Gujarat Titans captain,
there's Shikhar Bharat.
and then Shrikar Bharat is giving him the bananas and the glucose.
Oh,
So Shardul Thakur is taken over from Washington Sundar. It's a good move just to get 2 overs, I'm guessing, out of Sundar's kitty. And now Shardul.
Then what
Shardul's
also?
taken his opportunities well this series. He batted well today. He got that crucial wicket of race well.
eh.
And that
See,
makes it
that's
all the
the
more
thing, right?
puzzling, right? For
No, the
Indian
thing
fans.
with Shardul is that he's extremely inconsistent. That you have this certain image with him that if he's going to pick 2 wickets, he's going to concede 50 runs.
Yeah.
So that until that image goes away from your
Or is it also
public
because-
head,
But is it also because a fast bowling all rounder in our country is a rare breed?
yeah, that's why he's still playing. There's no other reason. No, I'm not even like
Yeah.
joking because see, if Deepak Char's fitness didn't permit him.
Correct.
If he was fit, he would have been in a similar situation as Shardul.
You think so?
He would have played,
Yeah,
and he would
but-
have probably like
Actually, hired him in the pecking order. as well.
the pecking order in its original this thing would have had Deepak Char over
So
Prasid
Deepak Char,
and
okay, so in
Siraj.
terms of Deepak Char and Shardul Thakur, let's just list down the advantages. Deepak Char is a way better batter.
Yeah, but Deepak Char is only a new ball bowler.
Correct.
Shardul is a middle over.
But Deepak Char can do it in depth, no? Oh, Henry Nicholls trying something
6.
flashy and funky and getting 6 for it.
Is that KS Bharat?
It's that case, but he's wandering out.
Yeah, I think it's KS Bharat.
But something from Nicholls finally and Shardul Thakur. I mean, it was a nothing livery, but just improvisation.
Is he nicked a nickel?
Yes. I mean, it's a 54-meter
Oh,
boundary
middle
that,
nickel.
so you don't even have to middle that indoor. But now New Zealand at least gaining some momentum. I hope. I mean, all the cricket riders right now in our office want a close match,
Except Anirudh Suresh,
except Anirudh Suresh.
who's happy to
I don't want a close match, to be honest. with you.
stat pad on Rohit Sharma.
I want to go and eat some good food somewhere.
It's a good food.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, he's picked
Deep
it
line.
up
with them,
and he's put
Deep
that
line
to
to
Vimal.
Vimal Pan Masala. But okay, fine. We have to, of course, also throw a little bit of light on what's happened with. Should I bring this up or should I not bring this up?
With what?
With whatever's happening in did we speak about this earlier? I think I spoke about it to Anil
About what?
about the whole Virat and Dravid scene.
No,
Oh yeah, we
yeah,
spoke
did,
about
we
it. We
did.
spoke
Yeah,
about it.
yeah,
What am I
of
saying?
course.
We spoke about it.
Of
Sorry.
course, long conversation.
Yeah. We're not going down that route. Because sometimes, like, I was thinking about it and I was like, shit. T20s, I know it's not priority right now, but let's see. And we'll be doing a.
Imagine if that Pan
T20
Bar was
tournament.
not there, then it's like Bar Pan.
Ridiculous. We're going to be doing a T20.
Oh, it's
that's
gone. Oh, no.
Pitching outside leg. We'll be doing a T20 international preview as well when Anil joins us. Maybe after the 40th over mark, when we're kind of wrapping proceedings. But keep your comments coming through. We'll keep taking them. We had lots of the Border Gavaskar Trophy. We didn't want to take them because the boys were just tired.
No, I mean, like,
We can take them.
I don't think we're gonna add anything new, right? So
Yeah.
as we have said it like a broken.
As in, we picked our team. We've honestly had our say, and you guys can check out the previous Watchalongs for that.
दीपक सर बहुत dangerous bowler बन जाता white ball में अगर मुझे नहीं होता. Yeah.
But the key word there, Gary, is injured. The key word is injured, and plus he's kind of he got COVID as well. He got married as well.
That's not an injury.
I know it's not an injury, but like the fact that he's just been unavailable.
You're talking just like in the other Indian media houses who like, oh, look at his performance after marriage.
Did you see the other controversial remark from Sunil Gavaskar about
No, sorry.
Fashion show?
No.
He was basically backing Sarfaraz.
I'm not respected.
But he's backing
No.
Sarfaraz. Why? Because Mumbai Alliance, right?
No, I'm not a respected person or a journalist to talk about anyone of that stature.
No, but
I'm not gonna name who they are. That's Avnish's work. I'm not going to do that.
No, I mean it just makes me think like how certain former players back their state players. We've seen it with Mumbai cricketers.
We've seen it with
Karnataka cricketers.
Yeah, I don't want to again take the name.
No, not chance.
I don't want to take the name again, but you know who it is.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I think
It's the big lad.
It's the big lad.
Literally the big lad.
Let us know in the comments below if you guys think it is true. By the way, sorry, Instagram story yesterday. Went to Travelers Bangla, which I've also kind of been to. It was decent cocktails. But what do you think about the food?
Yeah, food was nice.
Yeah, because I didn't try much of the food.
Food is nice because you don't have to travel overseas to just get overseas food.
Overseas food, yeah.
That's pretty much.
Indira, if you guys know, you guys know.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a very like it's a very eerily posh area. Yeah. Like everybody like so. I don't know.
And I don't know if you saw
thing,
Rameshwaram Cafe on that same road.
Yeah, I've been to them. It's overhyped.
Overhyped?
Yeah.
I've never been there. I don't know why there's so much of like crowd all the time. Like there's not one day.
If you want to go to a good dosa point in South Bangalore.
So
it's Taza Tindi in Jayanagar. That's one of the best. Then if you want to go in north, that's just like Malleshwaram area. There is Ganesh Dosa Umesh
Dosa Point in
Umesh is there in Malleshwaram. Then there is New Krishna Bhavan,
Bhavan is good.
And then there is
Davangere Dosa in case you guys.
There's CTR, of course. CTR is there.
CTR.
MTR is also there, but I guess CTR is slightly better. And then
yeah, man. Like sometimes I even like the Janardhan Dosa. I don't know if you've eaten that.
Yeah.
It's too good. Like I'm I don't like the huge paper thin ones.
Yeah, I think that's a Tamil Nadu dosa. It's not a. I mean, like Karnataka dosas are usually like thick yet crispy
with the gunpowder and the chutney and the ghee. Like it's top. It's absolutely top. Lots of people actually joining us more that we're speaking of dosa right now, which is good to see. Tell us your favorite dosa in the comments below.
And where do you get it? I mean,
and where you get it?
Yeah, please.
When I was staying in Hyderabad, the dosas there were absolutely mad. Like they cut it as well. Like it was just like
I mean, like good. In Gujarat also they do that in multiple pieces, and they had like. So in Gujarat, I mean, I'm not demeaning it, but like they add cheese to everything, cheese and chocolate to everything.
Cheese and chocolate.
Yeah, they're like bread, cheese.
Are they Swiss?
Dosa chocolate. I'm like, why?
Oh my god.
Who on their I mean,
It's quite ridiculous. Let's take Pranav question now. What do you make of the surface so far? It seems like a belter, but not a belter. Some balls were coming on slower. Skies with dismissal, for example.
mhm.
Some kept low nose dismissal, and some bounced more gills dismissal.
Mm.
You can nitpick that, like how you have, and
No, it's quite true because there are some uneven bounce and all of that. But I think more than that, the runs, I don't think it's due to the surface. More, I think it has
Oh,
to do
bowling.
with the dimensions.
oh,
And
what a
everything.
shot!
See,
that
this is 6.
What a shot
Yeah,
that
this
is!
is
though.
6.
Yeah, that would have been two with the
MCC, yeah, exactly. So
Maybe
that's,
one down to
that's
mid wicket.
that's the reason.
But that's a fantastic shot. I mean, you talk about him and the flourish and the flamengo and all of that.
Yeah, this is proper.
For him to kind of get that past mid wicket with just nonchalance,
Just
is quite
extension
ridiculous.
of.
But I think this surface, honestly, when it comes down to good cricket wickets in India, it's not one of those. It's just flat. And
It's. I don't know.
sometimes-
See, that's the thing, right? How can you?
but does that
define
make
good-
it a 11 playing surface? Because you can get the first use of it,
Mhm.
but then you can get this. I mean, there's an advantage while chasing because there's dew.
At the same time, there is not an advantage because underlights.
Okay, so what do you
There's
think?
some.
Okay,
movement
what
as
do you think when India were 100 for no loss today?
Mhm.
What do you think this power score was?
So
350,
what we discussed was
360?
380,
We said
370, right?
370 will be par.
And we were like pretty
Yeah,
on
we were,
point.
yeah, 15 runs above par.
Yeah.
I think the way we were going could have been 400. The way New
No,
Zealand,
that's the thing, right? That's
Momentum.
That's how cricket works. I mean, just because a team scored 150 in the first 10 overs,
is all kind of
yeah, it's not.
itself.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Law
Yeah.
of averages don't work that way.
But right now it's daunting if you're a New Zealand fan if you're just reading the scorecard.
No, even if you had
342 or
read
43 to
no,
42
even if you
overs.
had read like 385, it was pretty daunting. I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
think they would recover from
No, that's true. When are they going to throw the ball to Chahal?
after the ball.
It's an
I don't think he's
important
gonna
game
bowl.
for the man. It's a very
He's gonna
important
bowl
game for him.
probably say 12th over.
You think
or-
12th over?
Yeah, 11th or 12th. I don't think they'll get him in the power play.
So what if he takes a 5 for here? Just playing devil's advocate. What if he takes a 5 for?
Good for him.
But he's not going to be picked in a
Oh
ODI
wait,
squad?
Kulcha. I mean, like Kuldeep is
Oh,
also there, right?
short,
6.
Henry Nichols.
That's a 6. See, exactly. This is why you saw all of those runs.
So
in the
basically,
first innings.
386 seems like 310, 320 in a normal
No, I think
ground.
it's a 330 kind of a
In a normal
in a
ground.
normal. Yeah.
Okay, so
320,
50 for 1,
330, yeah.
7.1 overs gone, and that's quite ridiculous. Just coming back to the Chahal chat, if he does take a 5 for,
I still think Kuldeep is
so Kuldeep is the incumbent spin.
So yeah, and the reason that India kind of dropped Kuldeep was because like how inconsistent he was and how he couldn't find his rhythm and all of that.
Yeah.
But at the form he is in, is clearly the more variation bowler because he has one. There's I mean his trade is only very
Correct.
tricky, right? So
Yeah.
people don't usually pick it. And it's not like Chahal who's a leg spinner. So leg spinner is slightly easier to pick than
But he'll
somebody
get
who's
his,
coming
he'll
like
get
that.
his full quota of 10 overs.
I think both will get like 7 overs. I don't know.
Who? Kuldeep and Chahal.
Yeah,
And then you're expecting the Pacers to bowl all 3.
they have to. They don't have choice. Who else is there?
Sundar,
Probably somebody.
Sundar Shardul.
Yeah, it's like 6 bowlers, right?
Yeah.
That's all.
So essentially, Umran Malik will bowl 10.
Everybody has to bowl 10.
Everyone has to bowl 10. But who will
6.
miss out? That's my question. Because
Oh no,
Hardik,
6. No, yeah. So 5. So Hardik will bowl 5 or 6 maybe,
okay.
and then Washi 4.
Or maybe 4 bowlers will bowl 10 and 2 will bowl 5 each.
No, I think in between Washi and Hardik will be 10.
Interesting. Let's see how India do it. Because like I know they have runs in the bank, but they don't have like
Or just get
a
Sky
world
to
class
bowl.
bowler right now.
Sky to bowl.
Sky to bowl as well. Sky to bowl is just weird. The Outcast, good to see you in the chats below on this Tuesday evening. KS Bharat will probably replace Pant in the Bowling Gavaskar Trophy, but who will replace him in the IPL? Remember,
Shot.
Delhi Capitals
Four.
released KS Bharat and Uli Sarfraz is part-time keeper. Does Yashdol keep? Does Manish Pandey keep?
No.
No? None of them? Who else? Will Warner keep? Warner has kept before.
Who will replace Pant?
Who will replace Pandey? It's a good question, Outcast. Very good question. I think they might just get one of those Indian keepers, like a Vishnu Vinod, someone like that.
I think they already have an Indian wicketkeeper. They did get somebody.
A Vishnu Vinod?
I don't think they got Vishnu.
Mohammad
I think
Azharuddin.
Mumbai got Vishnu.
Mohammad Azharuddin is also a wicketkeeper, right?
Of course.
So one of those guys, Jitesh Sharma, obviously plays straight for Punjab, so it might not be him.
But again, it's T20, right? So you can.
Oh, don't
a
they have Tim
part-time-
Seifert?
I don't think the OC spot. Why would you waste?
Oh yeah, why would you waste your OC spot? I mean, push comes to shove, you never know really what's going to happen out there. I think Ricky Potter will have some plans. He would have
Phil
figured
Salt.
something out. Phil Salt.
No, I don't think he'll.
No, actually, it might be Phil Salt because imagine Phil Salt starts that first game, has a flyer, or even if he
But then
doesn't
you'll
have
have
a
to
flyer.
drop Warner for that.
Why?
How can you fit him?
Play with one down. Warner, Shaw, Salt, and then your normal batting order.
Okay. Then Marsh.
I would basically not play Marsh or Powell, one of them.
Yeah, could be.
Powell,
It's a
no
tricky
chance.
call.
Like I don't think Powell is that good. I know he has like
Yeah, it's a
T20
quite-
pedigree and CPL
Yeah, then
and all
Salt
that.
will be the wicketkeeper. So
Salt.
it's not like a.
I think Salt will. Sarpal will just be a batter. Manish Pandey will just be a batter.
Yeah.
Yastul maybe just a batter. So they have like some of the Indian guys to kind of figure that out,
Mm.
but they're definitely not going to have fun.
I mean, they can replace Marsh, kind of. Not the explode. I mean, like Salt is quite similar,
Yeah.
and then you'll have to have somebody like
See, Nokia, Warner.
yeah, you'll have to play Manish Pandey because of the accumulator role because you don't have accumulators. David Warner is one, but apart from that,
Yastul, Sarfraz.
Yashtul / Manish Pandey, I think.
Yeah.
Let's see if
And,
they go
and plus, like, if you have Salt at 3, then those 3 are firing really quick, and then you might have to just.
to. Yeah, exactly.
go
So you'll
into
need, and if it's like a
consolidation
10
mode.
for 1 or something, maybe you can get in a Manish Pandey and ask.
Oh, for sure. Oh, what a ball that is. Umran Malik,
So much.
his first ball of the series.
Run 4 wickets incoming. Yes, let's manifest.
I hope so. I hope so. What a ball that is. Do we have the speedometer on that? That's quite fast, That's quite fast. He's beaten Conway big time for pace. Remember, Conway got bounced out the last time out, but not to Umran Malik, to Siraj, remember?
Conway is probably the only international batter who's got more inside edges than outside edges.
All of that.
Yeah, he's,
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
he's well known for his inside edges.
I wanted to see
Not
the-
the TV show.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I wanted to see the speedometer on that, but I think.
It'll be
it was-
about 145, 146 probably.
I mean, that's a gentle ooze. Ooh.
This will be 148. They'll start showing it, don't worry.
They'll start showing that 144, 145.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks rapid out there. And Umran Malik is just flirting with the Indian ODI squad in terms of that World Cup. I think it is going to be Siraj, Shami, and Bumrah.
Yeah.
And if you pick the extra pacer, then it has to be this man. I know Prasid did really well in some of the series last year. There's always Arshdeep, but no.
Arshdeep, I don't think. I mean, like, realistically, Arshdeep was always a long shot. I mean, like, a long shot for the ODI,
Oh, bowling.
ODI World Cup. And it's just people mixing formats.
Yeah.
They're like, somebody like Prasid is already there. Why would you want to pick Arshdeep over Prasid? Because
Prasid has that
I mean, Prasid is
ability
really
where
better, right?
none of the other seamers have it.
Exactly. His height is like a
His height,
proper X factor.
the fact that he can nip it back better,
Yeah,
kiss
exactly.
the deck bowler, all of that.
Yeah. And on conditions where it's like quite flat, you need somebody like that to
With
get.
extra bounce,
yeah.
bounce, yeah. And I think every bowler has that little bit of an angle sort of bowler.
Yeah, yeah.
We have a Bumrah, but still.
I
This
mean,
is brilliant raw pace bowling, by the way.
his one. See, it's not even
146.
raw pace yet.
I mean, it's still 90
For his
plus.
standard.
90 plus, and he's just delivered his 4th ball, so he's going to be warming up. I think there'll be a 150, 155.
There'll got to be a. I think next delivery will be a 148. Okay, let's do this on the chat, guys. Comment what will be the speed of the next delivery.
The speed of the
Next two, maybe. Yeah, by the time you guys comment, maybe it'll be next two.
147.6. This
That's
one.
148, right?
Yeah, but but they're going into decimals. Right?
Okay.
147.6.
Then 148.1.
Oh, what a shot.
Oh,
that
it
is.
went at 150. Oh, no.
145.4.
Oh, slow.
Slow ball. Compared to Umrah Malik standard. 149
149.
says Gary.
Yeah.
No, man. Not sure.
I think 146 may be realistic now. Next.
Good Kirat, what's up? 145 says Outcast. Good to see you. Are you surprised with how India have kind of thrown the bowlers in the power play so far? Hardik's bowl, Shardul's bowl, Sundar's bowl, now Umran. It's pretty much too many cooks spoiling the broth, or not really?
No, I expected this because I think Hardik has shown enough in T20s and so has Shardul that when the ball moves that they can bowl well. So I expected India to start off with Hardik and Shardul. I
Six.
did not.
You got
That's
six.
a six.
Bro, that's ridiculous. That
Or
is
I, I
absolutely ridiculous.
I did not expect. I did not expect Sundar to start bowling. Maybe they just did that to see if he could
ball.
bowl at if he could bowl at someone like Conway. But I think Conway plays spin well. This would be a very interesting total for India to defend, because, like I was mentioning when India were batting, that I don't think India have the right bowling attack to for us to feel safe with this total. And like how Shardul has gone for 25 runs in 2 overs. That's already a worrying sign.
And obviously they were 130, 1 for 6, and they reached nearly 350 the last time.
Mm.
So they have batting depth, New Zealand. And like you mentioned there, and we mentioned it as well when we got on, the fact that India don't have like a proper spearhead bowler. All are kind of, have their own little weaknesses.
No, I mean,
Shardul, Umral's are experienced
on potential, this attack should easily be one of the best on potential,
on potential.
but it doesn't work.
But do you back them to defend 386?
Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, like I said that it's like maybe at the start of the game that
Yeah.
it's like just above par
Correct.
total, and with how
Pace is pace, yeah, 6 yeah, 70 chance for sure.
Hmm. And I mean the real battle only begins when Kuldeep starts to bowl. So I think till then it's it's
I mean, will Kulcha bowl in tandem, you feel, guys?
they have to. I think they don't have a choice.
You don't have a choice?
Two
Or
spinners.
keep kind of Shardul from one end or Hardik and then keep the spinners?
I think I think New Zealand batters would look to put Chahal under pressure, because they know that he's playing for his spot, and Conway
Yeah,
actually plays spin well. Conway batting long for New Zealand is imperative for their chances, because he rarely plays spin well.
that is true. That is very true. But like, I feel like, I don't know. It's a make or break for the Indian spinners. We spoke about that even heading into the second innings. And Gurpreet said about Washington there, Kuldeep there, Chahal there. How are India kind of using their resources in the next 30 overs before we see you all again? By the way, 10th over we're kind of going to be taking a break and then come back to the 40th. So keep your comments coming through and subscribe and like. Please like this video and notice all you guys watching us but not liking it.
I think Kuldeep will be key for India. 3 wicket.
Uh,
3 for probably 20 or 30 in the first 6 overs.
That means, like, then it just tells us if Kuldeep again picks up some wickets and kind of helps India win the game. Kuldeep, Siraj, and Gill have been standout
They have taken their opportunity like
positives.
with all, not even both hands. It's like
Yeah, the whole
body. They're like they've used their feet as well to kind of take the opportunity.
And all three of them are
Deserved
definitely
place.
now in that 15 for the ODI World Cup.
In the 11,
In the 11,
yeah,
Siraj?
yeah,
Oh, yeah, Siraj.
yeah, definitely in the 11.
All three of them in the 11. Agree with that? Disagree with us? Let us know in the comments. Gurpreet, do you agree with that? Kuldeep, Siraj, and Gill all in the 11 for the ODI World Cup?
Siraj and Gill for sure. Kuldeep, I think, like I've been mentioning, it will just come down to which number 8 do India play. If India are going to play Shardul at number 8, then I think Kuldeep will play. But if India plays Sundar at number 8, then I think Kuldeep will miss out.
Okay, okay, interesting. The outcast going on say even later is very good against spin. Yeah, we saw it against India, in fact, in New Zealand when he scored that 100. He featured in the ODI 11 as well. So Tom Latham will come good. I think
Big run.
he's not going to come in next because Darryl Mitchell will come in next, and then
Yeah.
Latham will come in after that. After him, they still have hitters like Bracewell, Santner can bat a bit. So there's lots of batting for New Zealand, and it's right now poised really well. India were 82 for none after 10 overs. New Zealand 72 for 1 after 9.5. And time will tell
Yeah.
if we can
No,
come back.
interestingly, Latham has a very good record against Kuldeep before the second ODI.
Yeah.
And
And
then he
Chahal.
got
And Chahal as well.
against Kuldeep it was
in
like
particular. Yeah.
he was striking at 120 when I last checked, and then I think he got out to Kuldeep
Yeah,
after the unfortunate the whatever dismissal he got out to that. Yeah,
That is true. All right, so we'll take your leave, guys. The Outcast, Gary, everyone, we really appreciate it for you guys joining us in the comments. I know it's been stop-start in terms of ODI watch-alongs, but we're getting there. We're trying to figure the best sort of scenario for you guys out as well to help us go through this entire game. But we'll be back for the 40th over. Hopefully, New Zealand will be making a real fist of this chase. And we'll catch Gurkirat and Akash Tiganina, they'll be there as well. So it's a goodbye for us right now. Catch us in the 40th over.
It's not a goodbye. It's a pause.
Momentarily bye.
Yeah.
And we'll come back with much more. Gurkirat, get some
How,
chai and
like how Shah Rukh Khan says in Rab Ne Bana Di Jodi.
picture Ravi Baki.
Yeah.
No, that's
Picture
Om
Ravi.
Shanti Ho. Rab Ne Bana Di
Oh,
Jodi
that's
is something different.
I don't know. I don't know. Just guessing. But yeah, have an evening snack, Gurkirat. Cheer up, feel warm, and then we'll see you soon.
Bye.
Take care. Right, so me and Akash will also kind of go and get some, what do they have? Coconut milkshake, samosas, Arsenal
Nice.
flogging samosas. Actually, with all the dosas you mentioned, I don't mind ordering a dosa. Let us know what you guys are eating as well in this New Zealand chase, and we'll see you guys soon. Cheers. Do that. Shonak. And we are back. We are back. Back again. They've reviewed this one.
Backstage back.
India have been all over New Zealand in this one. I know Devon Conway scored a beautiful 100 ball,
Backseat
138.
boys.
But we're back. We're backseat boys potentially. Chehel's got his first and last wicket of his Indian career. And look at the good old friend Basta.
Why is he named as Basta?
I just couldn't tell between the D and the B.
There should be a Vasta.
Basta, we're in the Watchalong. Can I call you back? Love to you, Basta. Our good old friend
If
who's
he calls me also, I won't
taking
even
a
pick up.
tour to
You won't call
what
him.
he's on TTO.
TTO,
Tour to Orissa. He's watching the Hockey World Cup
TTB,
flourish
no?
under his eyes.
TTB.
Yeah.
Sure.
Guys, so Akash, I knew that me will be picking out, of course, the positives of the series because we always have to in the final game of the series, and it's pretty much been two men, arguably one man, Shubman Gill, but there's lots more to talk about. And of course, we'll be also kind of previewing the T20 internationals, what to look after, and all of that. New Zealand are 280 for 9. Their death is inevitable, as in this match, not any other cynical way. Guys, so let's get straight into it then. Series positives for you and why?
Uh,
I mean, should
okay.
we mention Gill?
Should we talk about takeaways rather than positives? I mean,
Mhm.
so it will be more. Will include a lot of things. Then.
Okay, sure, let's do it that way.
I think forget Gill. We'll come back to Gill because I
The
think we'll
opening
talk about Gill.
stands.
The biggest takeaway, the
Well-
more significant takeaway is probably that Kuldeep has sealed his spot as the number
Hmm.
one spinner
Yeah.
in the side.
Yes.
Chahal started off
Look at
the
his
Sri Lanka
stance.
series, right? But Kuldeep has simply blown Chahal out of water since he got the opportunity midway through the Sri Lanka series. And in
But,
this
but
series,
what's
it's just-
worked for Kuldeep? Because Kuldeep seems like a rejuvenated bloke. Was it the IPL? And then since then it's been
I don't know. I
really good.
mean, it's just that he's found that mojo again, and he's able to provide breakthroughs, fox batters, and
Change
most
his
importantly,
pace.
I don't think he's been really taken apart. I mean, okay, Michael Bracewell kind of did hit him for a
But he
Few
hit everyone
sixes,
apart from
but-
Siraj that day.
yeah, and I don't know, Rohit shielded him in that match, and that worked out well in the end.
Fine. So Kuldeep
So-
being the incumbent spinner now in ODS for India.
That is incumbent, Kuldeep being the incumbent spinner, wrist spinner. That is, I mean,
Yeah.
probably one of Jadeja or Aksar are still number one finger spinner.
Yeah.
So now it feels like Kuldeep will play,
Play and
So-
also feature potentially in the 11 and the 15 of the ODI
Yeah.
World Cup for sure.
and it feels like Siraj is the number one seamer for the time being.
Yeah.
Assuming Bumrah is out of the picture for a while, I think he's even surpassed Shami as well in
Correct.
terms of
Yeah.
how.
Siraj for you surely, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Not just of the whole power play void that he's filling, but generally he's looked like a different bowler in the last year. or
Yeah,
so.
yeah, definitely. I mean, if I was management, I would just say go and talk to the batters. Whenever he does that, he picks a wicket. So, that's a six.
Oh, it's a six. Just as we're talking, like
About Kuldeep.
Santner is golfing it out there. Let's just finish up this takeaways then. So Kuldeep being, of course, the number one spinner that we have right now.
Mhm.
Siraj kind of cementing in place in the starting 11 of ODIs.
Gill.
Gill,
Yeah, Gill,
of
definitely.
course. because-
Rohit's.
Yeah, so Rohit's template that
Yeah.
I have talked about it in detail in my article that will be published after this match.
Yeah,
So
that'll
It
be a
has-
good one. And basically, Rohit and Gill, how they're complementing each other. I know it's like bilaterals. I know it's like roads, like indoor that we're playing on.
it's not just how Rohit and Gill are complementing each other. If you look at India's full strength batting lineup right now, it is up until almost number 5 and even number 6. It is just anchors, right? It is Kohli, it is Iyer, it is Rahul, it is
But
Hardik.
Rahul is
So, yeah, I know,
slightly been aggressive.
So,
in
but you would be looking at the picture differently if Pant was there, for example.
100%.
So you would still say Rahul is more you lean towards the anchor side of things rather than a basher or a hitter. So in that sense, Rohit taking up this new avatar of basically going from the get-go, I think that's a good thing. And I was looking at some numbers between 2015 and 2021. India's power play run rate was 4.9. So how Dhawan and Rohit operated was they absorbed all the pressure
Hmm.
and then they kind of
Hit towards the end.
Yeah, they kind of grew in confidence, but
That's spun
but
from the rough.
that was peak Kohli. So that was peak Rohit, peak Dhawan, peak Kohli. So they could afford to do that. I'm not sure if that's the case anymore. I think
Yeah.
all three batters have significantly kind of degraded as cricketers, and Dhawan is out of the setup obviously. And whenever you're batting first in India with the due around, and the World Cup will be held in India, you always need an above par total. And how will you get to an above par total? That is by taking the attack
And
Yeah.
maximizing the power play.
maximizing the power play.
So
exactly.
essentially, Gill, Rohit, Kuldeep, and Siraj being positives.
Yeah.
What about another name I'll throw here? People might not be happy with me throwing this name, but he's taking his chance. Yeah, he's taking his chance as well.
Yeah,
Shardul.
Shardul obviously falls in the positives, and that is the bigger takeaway again is whether this will force India into picking
An
him
extra
as
one,
the
as a
number
bowling.
8. So whether it will force India to look at Chahar or Deepak Chahar or Shardul for the number 8 spot, with Shardul being the front runner
Yeah.
as things stand. So we know that Umran started the Sri Lanka series off very well, but given that India have opted to play Shardul against a stronger opposition in all three matches, and Shardul has delivered. Let's be honest. I mean, I know we take the piss out of him,
Yeah.
but he somehow finds a way to deliver, like he did against Michael Bracewell in the first ODI,
Correct.
like he
Again
did in
today.
this match where he
With
took
the
2
batsman.
wickets in 2 balls and
Correct.
turned the
And
match
he
around.
showed his credentials.
Yeah, and he scored what 18 of 11 balls or something
No,
like that.
20,
28 to
22,
17.
no, 22 or
Yeah.
23.
28 to
And I
17.
remember he did this long back against West Indies as well.
Yeah,
When he
batting
batted
with
and
Kohli, I guess
yeah.
he did bat with
So
Kohli.
it's like it's not a one-off incident, but again.
No,
not
but he's made his
consistent.
case to feature at least in the 15
Yeah.
of the World Cup.
Mm.
And only time will tell. I mean, how Shardul will go about it. India going in for the kill here. They know Kuldeep. Oh, Kuldeep. Honestly, put
he's
down.
dropped it. Surya.
Put down.
We talked about it just before the innings started, and probably Gurkirat can also chip in. Like
100%.
how this innings will be important for a few players. Kuldeep versus Chahal versus Sundar. Kuldeep has won that battle like
Fair and
KO
square, yeah.
basically.
Yeah. Hands down.
Sundar has been disappointing. I think he's been the most disappointing India bowler
Yeah.
today.
And batter.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
we
we
spoke
all
about the
talked.
opportunity squandered, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Sundar is one of them, Sky is the other, and all
Sky
that.
is the other,
Very
yeah.
big.
So
yeah.
it's
The
insane.
2 takeaways in terms of squandered opportunities.
Oh, 100%.
Easily, number one, I still think is Sky because
Sky.
he's not. I think even in the Sri Lanka game, he had one chance.
Rohit is not happy.
So,
Rohit is
he's
not
pissed,
happy.
and yeah, Sundar, just because of the stern competition he's facing in the form of Akshar and Jadeja,
Yeah.
he just can't afford to have a bad game, and it's just disappointing from a Sundar perspective that he was not able to kind of utilize his opportunity today.
Yeah, I mean, Gurpreet, I'm fascinated to know what you make of it because I think Akash and Anirudh have made some absolute vital points and, I mean, kind of spoken about everything at large. Let me ask you this. What is India's biggest negative despite it being a whitewashed 3-0? Are there any ones that you're going to be nitpicky and play devil's advocate?
I think their biggest negative would be them not being able to finish strong. They would have. So I don't want to be too harsh on Sundar because before the Sri Lanka ODI series, uh, he had a bowling average of 24 and a strike rate of 30. So he was doing well up till then. He bowled well in Bangladesh. He had bowled well in New Zealand, and he had bowled well versus South Africa at home. So, but I think he should have done more with the bat because him doing well
I'm
with
sorry
the
to
bat.
interrupt you because India wrapped up proceedings 295 all out New Zealand, which means India win by a handsome 90 runs and they take the series 3-0. Hopefully, it's the same in the T20s, or hopefully, we expect a closer fourth sort of series in the T20 internationals. But it's been fun kind of watching this and breaking it down. We've spoken about the ODIs quickly, but I'll get you in for the T20 international series quickly, previewing that one right now because there's no Rohit, there's no Virat. There's going to be some similar faces we see again, like Hardik, Nishan Kishan, and Suryakumar Yadav. Prithvi Shaw. The first one's happening from where was it again? Ranchi. So India, of course, go there and play people like Rao Tripathi, who had a good Sri Lanka series. Play people like who else? I mean, still play Imran Malik because
Yeah,
it's good for his
and he's not in the
confidence.
test squad as well, so it makes sense. So, Gill is also in the squad, I suppose, and that's the only thing I will be kind of interested to see. Like, yeah,
rest and then Shaw and
we can give Gill a rest, or conversely, you see it the other way. Like he's in the form of his life in ODI cricket, so
But they
let
did
him
that
gain.
no against Sri Lanka and didn't pay off.
But he was not still in this kind of a run.
He's still in a
I mean,
good
the
patch.
T20s against Sri Lanka happened first, right?
So let me just read out the batsmen of the T20 international squad, right? Suryakumar Yadav, Ruturaj Gaikwad, Shubman Gill, Raj Tripathi, Prithvi Shaw. I honestly think it should be Tripathi and Shaw. Or Tripathi, Shaw, Gaikwad, one of them. Gill, just give him a rest, dude.
But he's not going to start the test series, so why give him a rest? That's also
That's also a good point.
that's
All
also-
rounders, they have four. Hardik Pandya, the captain. Deepak Hooda returns. Sundar stays. And Shiva Mavi, who had a good impactful series against
Yeah.
Sri Lanka. I say impactful,
I
but
guess, yeah.
just started well and then went pear-shaped.
What?
Two wicket keepers, Ishan Kishan and Jitesh Sharma. I think
Yeah,
Ishan Kishan
yeah.
is safe to say will start and potentially open as well.
Things to
Um,
watch out for, I would say, is obviously how Shivam Mavi backs up the first series he had, how he fares here against. I mean, we've been saying they're a tougher opposition, but again, New Zealand have been
But I think
as
Sri
bad
Lanka
as Sri Lanka.
Not really.
with the
Sri Lanka
bat.
are better, I think.
No, correct. And then the bowlers are Kuldeep Yadav, Chahal again, Arshdeep Singh, Umran Malik, and Mukesh Kumar. Mukesh Kumar won't bowl. I do think it'll be some Sundar, Pandya, Mavi, Chahal, Kuldeep. I'm not Chahal, Arshdeep maybe.
So things to watch out for Mavi is one. Arshdeep, I would be curious to see how Arshdeep goes because he had a horrible game against Sri Lanka
And then he's
that was basically done for him.
Yeah.
I think, is Harshal in the squad or
Yeah, he's on the
no,
squad.
he's been better.
Harshal has been brought? Okay.
Yeah. So Deepak Hooda, do you think is
Huda will play again. I mean, again, building from where these guys left in the Sri Lanka series. Ishmael Kishan has not been in great form in T20s, and he had a poor Sri Lanka series as well.
But they can't-
Yeah, so I mean, obviously it's a crucial series for him because if you think about it, right, there is every chance that if these openers don't do well, the spots could be taken up by two of Kohli, Rahul,
Correct.
Rohit, whenever the time comes. So it's key that Kishan, Gill, all these guys, if Shaw gets a chance, they kind of keep making their case to start ahead of these guys. If they don't
100%.
perform, then there is no reason for the management to move on from Kohli.
No, but is it easy to pick that 11 right now for the Friday game? Because there's people like Shaw, there's people like
So Shaw,
Tripathi.
I think Shaw, Kishan,
Yeah.
Tripathi.
Okay.
So four
Gill
is
is rested, by the way, according to us.
Okay.
I think incumbency he starts, but
Yeah,
in our
Gill is
opinion,
rested. In our
this is
opinion,
our.
he's
I mean, it's just we want to see Shaw. So it's
Okay, and
like,
then at number 4, will you play someone like Hooda?
yeah, number 4 Huda, 5 Hardik.
Sunil Kumar?
Oh, is there?
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
so,
there.
there,
Oh,
so
6
it's
Huda
number
then.
4, then 5, 6
6 Huda.
Huda. Then
7 Axel is not there, I guess.
No. Sundar is there.
7
7
Sundar,
Sundar,
Then Shivam Mavi
8
8 Mavi.
Kuldeep,
Imran, 9,
Arshdeep.
and then
Why don't you guys have Jitesh Sharma at 6?
I don't know,
because we
because-
have Ishan Kishan, so I don't think.
Why would you
Yeah,
want to play
and Huda has been playing 6 for a while now, so I don't think that will change. I think Jitesh might play in case
If they
the
want to rest,
2-0
If they're too
series
well
is
up, yeah,
done
sure.
or
Like same with Mukesh Kumar.
someone gets injured. Yeah. I don't think Jitesh will start.
because if Ishan Kishan is going to play and he's going to keep, so I mean, like, then it makes no sense to have Jitesh Sharma for.
Yeah, and they've stressed on how they want as many bowling options as possible. So I think
even
Huda,
though they-
but Huda
But
did
here's
well,
the thing. Here's the thing. I feel Jitesh Sharma at 6 is potentially a better finisher than what Deepak Hooda would be.
Yeah, but I mean, realistically, practically speaking, they have been kind of grooming Huda for this role only. Even in the World Cup,
And
they
plus, they
played
see him as a
six
bowling
and-
option, dude.
I
Jitesh
think
Sharma is just a backup.
in one of
thing.
the matches, Huda did score 50, right? I think it was first T20, I guess.
First
Huda
T20.
did score
So
50.
essentially, what these guys are saying in terms of the 11, I'll just repeat it for you guys if you're just joining us about the T20 series, which starts on Friday. We'll be doing a watchalong as well. It's going to be Shaw. We're thinking Gill is going to be rested, right? So we're going with Shaw, Ishan Kishan, Raj Tripathi, Suryakumar Yadav, Hardik Pandya, Deepak Hooda, Washington Sundar, Shiva Mavi, Kuldeep Yadav, Arshdeep, and Umran Malik.
Yeah.
I think that's the safe bet that Dravid, the lads, will take. Series predictions quickly: 3-0, 2-1, 2-1 New
I would
Zealand.
love for it to be 2-1. 2-1 in favor of
New
whichever
Zealand,
side.
okay.
Whichever side.
No.
But 3-0 New Zealand is not happening. So that's
Obviously,
ruled out.
Yeah.
I just hope that it's
So
not.
yeah, New Zealand fans. And
I hope the
New Zealand
series-
fans.
I just
Yeah,
hope the
that's-
series is more competitive than
The ODI series,
ODI
yeah.
series.
You agree with them?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
just
fully.
hope that it's on the.
It should not be 3-0.
Yeah.
Either team should not win with 3-0. Otherwise, there's no point.
Gurkirat, quickly with you, just wrapping up and previewing and looking ahead to the T20 series. Is it going to be a more close nip and tuck affair?
Uh, I'd hope that India win 2-1. I think India have the team to do that, but I'd be really interested to see what 11 do India play. I mean, I was just talking about this that I don't understand that why India have been carrying um, Yuzvendra Chahal, because right from the New Zealand tour that happened post the World T20, regardless of who the captain is, whether it is Hardik, whether it's been Rohit, or whether it's been Shikhar Dhawan, there has been a complete lack of confidence in Chehal's abilities. Today, also, he was the last bowler to be introduced into the attack, and then he came back for his second spell after the seventh wicket had fell. Right, so there is complete lack of confidence in his skills, and that is evident even in T20s. So I don't understand that why are why are you carrying a player who why are you carrying a player in whom you don't have any confidence, to close out the
I
game or
actually get your point, but maybe they're just saying they need a backup wrist spinner. And right now in our country, there's hardly any else. I mean, I'd
no,
like to
but
see something mulch ahead.
but here's my point. If you're carrying someone as the backup spinner, you still have to think that he's good enough to do the job. As of
Exactly.
now, the captains don't seem to think that. So might as well someone needs to really ask this question, that if you don't have the required confidence in Chahal's abilities, why would you not select someone like a Bishnoi or a Rahul Chahar?
No, absolutely. I think there's lots of questions heading in that T20 International Series, but Gurpreet, I really appreciate that point and your presence for today's watch along. Likewise with Akash and Anirudh. And India winning 3-0. India, more importantly, topping the ICC ODI rankings. Make whatever you want to make of that.
Doesn't
But
matter.
a goodbye to Gurpreet, a goodbye to, of course, these boys. And you guys being absolute winners at home and contributing in the comments below. Shubman Gill has made it a series to remember, and so is all the other players that we've spoken about. Like this video, share it. We'll be back soon, and we're all going to go get some dinner right now. Take care. We'll see you soon. 15 people subscribe.